How are you doing, everybody? Things started up here. We had to clean up a few things here. I guess if we get this stream up and running here, gonna probably do things a little bit differently here on Spline Design Studios Saturday. We're gonna have we get some stream renders going on or whatever. We're gonna get a little bit on that. I feel like I want to do a little bit more of that. Take advantage of some of these campaigns that they got going on here with the stream raiders. So if got that going on. Lots and lots of projects I got going on there. I had still not 100% sure, I guess, as far as what I'll 100% cover in here. I might be bouncing all over the place here, so if it tends to get a little bit crazy in here, it's probably for good reason. So I did. That just always comes up as words on my end there. That's funny though. Those emotes. Why is it not showing that? It's just text. What's up with that? I know that's just the modified emote. Wonder why it isn't showing up in there. What's up with that? I think my chat's is being a little bit crazy is all. Just checking everything out, make sure everything's running smooth here. We've had a couple of good all Warrior Week long here. We've been supporting Wounded Warrior Project through Warrior Week. This is continuing, I guess, that trek for that. Yeah, it's been a solid week so far. We haven't had too much of a hiccup, I guess, in things. There, now it's showing. You know what I think it was there? I think they were just all kind of the verbiage there was this for the emotes were just all kind of running into each other. I think that's why they didn't show. That's possible too. When you go to copy the text, I guess, to try and spam the emote, it tends to happen. I've had that happen to me before too. So one of the things that I have considered, just kind of going over here a little bit, as I said, I'll probably end up possibly bouncing all over the place, so apologize if that becomes a little bit chaotic, I guess, on here, but I got a lot of things going on, like I said, in the background, things that I need to get done, want to get done, and all this good stuff. So one of the things, and I have kind of put this on the back burner for quite a while, is this cooperative elevator, I guess, that I've been having. Whoops, I hate when I do that. Pushing the wrong keys. But yeah, I've had this cooperative elevator under development there quite a while, and it's just a matter of getting back into it. That's about it. Ooh, we just missed the jackpot there by one. It still kind of reminds me of that jackpot that I tried on yesterday there for Friday Friday there, just testing the bot out to see what I got. I got the three little red guys, I guess, right in a row, right out of the gate. So it's all those good hacks, right? Yeah. So a lot of this clipping that's going on here is just based on the interior of this pit here. I had to do some adjustment to this so that it was more straight through and not offset. So that was something I did in a previous adjustment to this building. So just to kind of give you some references to what I'm using to create these items here. So I got three things here I need to get texture map. That being this building here, which happens to be this thing here. So basically this whole blue structure, getting that texture. Now as far as all the other fine details on here, those will eventually get on there. I'm not worried about that right now. Just getting this thing textured, at least initially. So that's what this picture reference here represents this here. There's another building that I've got hidden, another tower that's hidden in between here, so that's that fills in that void as well as over here. So this kind of removed some of the items here so I have easier access to the items I need to work with here. So this is already created here. I've got cutouts here, potentially to make actual openings for this, let alone just leave it so that we can texture that separately as opposed to one piece. I got an initial texture up here which will eventually be, it's basically a copy of the feed mill texture fuse, so I'll have its own texture, I guess, for these items that I've got in the scene. So just kind of mapping it out as far as like what I want to use, I guess, for texturing. As much as I would like to be able to use the textures already established, there's certain colors that I don't want to be represented, I guess, in these new pieces that I want to texture. So it does create somewhat of a necessity. Now there are items like this yellow and things like that. There's areas of this texture that I copied that I could probably use on this part here based on the texture references here. We have some whatever you want to call those, I guess there's a name for those, I forget what they call those, but these little posts, whatever, the yellow posts, whatever, I can use that. So there's flexibility in that anyway. No units on the shot. I know the bot wasn't being too nice yesterday either during Farm Friday. It was being very stingy, I guess, on the issuing of the shot. So it seems to be off to that same start here today. Alright. So I'm just spitballing as far as like that. I think I've got a pretty good layout, so I can probably use for these three little buildings here between this and these three, basically these three pieces here. Oh, wait, did I call? Let me see if I grouped those. I don't remember. Yep, I do have that grouped. So I can ungroup that if I need to. So I can get to that. Okay. I may end up just let me look at that again. I gotta go look back at my picture references to see. So this picture reference here, yeah, see, it's just like a poured concrete type of wall. So it's much the same as these silos that are already in here. And I think that's why I grouped that together, just to kind of remind myself that I want to be able to put the same texture. Now this here is more of a cinder block, unpainted cinder block type of deal. That building, this little building here represents, this is kind of like a blower system in here to get the dust out of the pit where they dump into that, as far as all the grains and corn and whatever else they put in there. That's this little building here. I don't think I did not put a roof on that one yet, so I have to take it with that. So I left that one separate, and that one here. So this little building here, that represents, got another picture reference here, this little building. So I can probably take much the same materials off the deal here. Yeah, so there are some sharing I can do with the texture. I don't have to create individual textures for all of these. So I'll probably end up using the same texture that I used for this tower on that, and then between this and this I can use this new texture here that has all that unpainted cinder block. I do have the white one on here still, but nope, that's the feed mill one, my bad. I do have this texture here for cinder blocks, as well as a more like a raw cinder block. So I got a couple of options there in that texture, and I can always adjust these too, because these are all in separate layers as I do it. It's all part of the just planning out process there, I guess, as far as what direction you want to go, and leaving yourself some flexibility in things or whatever, so that you have room for adjustment, but also not necessarily getting myself too far ahead of myself. Okay, so probably what I'll work on first is this building right here. This will probably be somewhat the easiest. Now it has like the openings here for like the garages or whatever like that. They got roll-ups or whatever you want to call them there. Let's go back onto that picture and we'll focus on that one for now. So it's got like these types of doors here. So something else I consider to do if I wanted to is to put that recess in that door there. It's got the door jamb. That's something we could consider. That wouldn't be too hard to do, actually. We got the cutouts here already. We did that in the form of a Boolean cut into that. That was done way back a few streams ago, but what we could do from here is detach these, say, for example. Yeah, we got this in an annual poly. Let's take a look at that real closely. So we can take these and detach these two, set that back however far we want, and then we can just fill that in with polys that distance there. Now, as far as the guesstimate for, you know, how much recess is in there, you can go by like your standard garage door jambs type of thing. It usually ends up being roughly 5-6 inches thick, you know, as far as that jamb in most cases. Sometimes 8, so probably anywhere between 5 to 8 inches, I'd imagine. It's not real particular, I guess, as far as that. It's not super thick, I guess, anyway. Alright, so I think the approach I'm going to take on this, there's a couple different approaches you can actually take to this, actually. You can do what's considered like an emboss, and you can go either direction, so you can bring it out or actually push it in. That is one way you could go about it. One of the ways I think to do it would be just to go ahead and detach this. Let's see here. Yeah, go ahead and detach this from that. And it doesn't matter the name of it, so I'll probably end up putting it right back into it there. Just go like this. Let's get out of that for a second. Let's do like this. And I could probably do these both at the same time if I wanted to. That way they have the same amount of recess on it. So that's something else I can take in consideration. Hello, oh, so you're late. You're not late. We're just getting started here. Just getting started. Revisiting, I guess, this creation. I had some. I've been needing to get this done for a while, and I've just been putting it off as far as like constantly on the back burner. I guess as far as to get this thing done. So I'm gonna do a little bit more editing, I guess, to this here by applying a recess to these garage doors here. By, you know, setting it in a little bit. Now this one's showing open, obviously, but the state that I'll put them in this model here would just be both closed. So as far as the texturing of it, at least, anyway. Okay, so what I am going to do is take this one also. So go into this poly. I want to ensure that I did detach this? Yes, so that is detached. Just to kind of confirm on that. Man, y'all missing it, just that jackpot just by 1. That's crazy. So let's select this poly. We'll detach that one. Leave it with that object. That'll work. Okay, we're done with that. Now we got these two sets of polys. Select these both at the same time. I'll collapse this into one object. Yeah, let's go ahead and do that. Let's grab our hammer. Let's collapse that into one object. And then also what I want to do is affect the pivot and put that right there in between the two. Nice. And then from here, what I can do is I can set those back the same amount. So let's just say, now we can do it one of two ways. We can just grab the x-axis here and just pull it back, or we can go down here and just set it back here a little bit. Am I going in the wrong direction? I am, am I? Hold on, let me undo that. That is not doing what I wanted it to do. Hold on a second. There we go. Let's put that pivot back there. I don't know why it's moving on that axis here. A second. Pivot. Cool. That's where I want the pivot. Is that moving more than the X? Shouldn't have been. Oh, okay. I see what's going on now. It just looked from a weird angle is all. So if I go like this, so the fact that I was on an angle, I wasn't able to see this edge anymore. I was like, what the heck's going on there? Yeah, so I'm just gonna move it back on the X. You can see on the gizmo here, we got the X. We just want to push it back. So we'll go like this. And I'm just gonna do a rough recess on this, so you can see I'm I need to turn some of this stuff off here. Hold a second. Some of these items are in my way, so I need to just hide these. Just for now. Let's hide some of this business. So that's all one piece. That one is Group 2B. I just want to take reference to that, so I'll hide that. That's the interior. That's all separate. Cool. I think that should be enough. Alright, let's try this again here. Go back to that piece. Now, what I wanted to do is just get a sense of how much I got that recessed now. That's pretty sufficient. So I put them into one piece so that they're uniformly set back in. And I could go a little bit more or less. I just kind of took a rough guesstimate there. Okay, now from here, what I'll do is going back into this one, and I'm going to grab all these edges. Yeah, let's reselect these though. Let's do like this. This, we got these three sides on both parts. Like so. And then all I'm going to do is just kind of pull these out a little bit. Oops, my bad. I forgot to do the shift. Gotta do a shift. Left shift and drag that out a little bit. Oh. And then on each of these, what I'll do is I'll just vert snap these. All these this new poly that I just created there, and vert snap those to that piece that I set back. This is one way to go about it. You can definitely do the emboss, like I was saying. Oh, I still got some stuff in the way here. Let me zoom this out here real quick. What's in the way still? This is in the way. Helps to keep your workspace cleaned up a little bit so you don't have... But just to kind of get a sense of what's going on with this thing anyway. There we go. Let's get back on this. We'll focus on that. Keyboard down here. I got it pushed way back up on the desk. We don't need that way. There we go. Okay. So now that we're focused on this, we can do better this way. Okay, so now what we need to do, those new polys that I just created there, you can see we still got a little bit of a gap there. I'm going to go into the vertices here. Alright. So I want to get the vertices of the new polys that we just created here like this. And all I'm going to do, I'm going to zoom in on that. Focus. And then I'm going to go into my vert snaps. Make sure my vert snap. So my vertices right there. And I'm just going to snap that right over to that. And like I said, this is one method you can go about it, but you can definitely do this in Boss. There's a relief type of thing there. You can do it that way too. It's just another approach here. I guess I like doing it this way. That way I know for a fact each point that I get on there, I know it's going to be equal, I guess. It's kind of like a OCD type of thing. Watching this always pulls my... How we doing there, Empire? Welcome on in. Yeah, I mean, what I'd like to try and show is as far as the different ways that you can go about doing this. There's obviously definitely more than one place. I've already applied the Boolean cut on this on a previous go with this, so it's definitely a work in progress. It's not, but just to kind of give some reference here, I guess, as far as what I was doing. This is based on something in reality, so this is kind of give you an idea of what it's depicting. Now, there's obviously a lot of these little finer details aren't applied to this yet. That's still yet to be applied. So like just these power lines and things like that, that'll be all after the fact once you get the main structure done. So you just woke up installing some new oh, you got some new RAM. Nice. I need to get some new RAM myself. How much RAM you're working yourself up to? I kind of figured you probably already had like 64 gigs in that bad boy. In that main rig. Is that in the main rig or the streaming rig? Do tell. You tried to edit a video last night and my computer was dying. Oh yeah? Like a high definition? Like a 1080 high def? That'll do it. I've had my experiences with that too. I can just imagine. So getting more RAM in there would definitely help on that. Main ring is going up to 32. So you had what, 16? Yeah, from 16. That's currently what I'm running myself. I'm always running out of memory. You can always constantly. It's a constant struggle. Constant struggle. Why is that moving like? Hold on a second. That should not be doing that. Should not. You've had 32 gigs, right? Yeah, James has got it. He's got it done right there. I think if he really had his way, Razor James, you would definitely probably had 64 in yours too. I'm surprised you don't by now. With some of the stuff that you've gotten involved with, it's definitely surprising that you haven't gotten that far so far. But definitely 32 is like miles from. Yeah, it's a big difference. Just to put it that way, especially if you're getting the faster RAM. Currently, I run just the DDR3. I got it. My system's a dinosaur at this point. It surprises me quite a bit as far as like how much I'm able to actually accomplish with such an old system. But the fact that it's 16 gigabytes of DDR3 RAM, which is at the 2400 megahertz, I think it is. You know, considering the RAM that's out there now, it's much faster. Yeah, mobile's your mobile's maxed out at 32. Well, from what I remember, we've got the same Mobo, which is that Asus. Yeah, I'll have to double check on that. I think it's pretty much where. I didn't realize that. I guess that 32 was the max I guess you can put on that. You don't know if you want to mix sticks. I do want to fill all my channels. Yeah. Definitely a good thing if you can get. Yeah, it's the same one that I got then. There, James. I thought we did have the same Mobo. But yeah, as far as mixing the RAM up there, if you can get it to where it's the same cast latency, as far as the same speed, definitely the same type, and so on, that's always a plus as far as to keep it running nice and smooth. A lot of times when you mix that RAM up there, it does cause a little bit of conflict, I guess, on the system. One might tend to dominate one over the other, and you're kind of defeating the purpose of having the additional RAM. I've definitely have enough experience with that, so I guess that's part of the reason why I've just stuck with the G-Skill rip jaws that I got there, which is 8 gigabyte sticks, which total the 16 gigs that I currently run. Those are at a cast latency of 7. And they've been pretty deep, but they get maxed out and taxed pretty well, even doing this type of stuff, especially when streaming it. So okay, so I think we got this recessed enough. This should work. So now what we'll have the ability to do here, as far as texturing this, let's get this off here so we don't snap any additional verts that we don't want to. All I did was just snap all that. Now we got that recess into this. And that's basically the same thing we've got. If I zoom in on this, we got this little bit of recess in here, like a standard door jamb, garage door jamb, and it's just kind of a lifted thing. This part here probably won't be actuated. It'll just stay static, at least for now. But it has the ability, I guess, to be able to, you know, build it into something that'll actuate if we want it to later on. That's another good tip, I guess, as far as when you're creating your model, leave some flexibility in it so you have some room, I guess, to be able to make it more dynamic. You want the same brand, channel 1, there you go, 32 gigs, channel 2, 16, but I'm pretty sure it uses CPU. Oh, yeah, that could make a difference too. You've never run 4 sticks before? Wow. So I'm honestly not sure if it'll be right. Well, it's one way to try out. You can be able to benchmark that, you know, to actually see what type of performance you get there, simply just by looking at the CPU performance, I guess, as far as if you're seeing it get taxed more, I guess, with having that set up there, then that would be a pretty obvious thing that it's using the CPU channel instead of a, yeah. Now, you've got a much newer, as far as on that main rig, from what I can remember, what you had on that Empires. The might have to remind me, because I know you've got the Ryzen 5 on that system. I think if I remember right, might have to refresh my memory. And I remember you putting that system together as far as on the main rig. I know it's a beast. Okay, so we're done with that for now. I need to put a roof on this bad boy. It's still roofless. And that's based on this other image that I got here. So that's one picture reference. This little thing right here. So it's got a little bit of a overhang, I guess, on it. You got the Ryzen 2600. Which one is the 2600? I'm trying to remember. I usually run Intel, so that's as far as my ignorance on the AMD stuff. Which is that considered the Ryzen? Yeah, well, you got the 3080. Cool. Oh, it was next month. Gotcha. Damn, that's gonna be a beast. That is gonna be a beast. Uh-oh. Got timed out. What'd he do? Ah! That was only for a second. Yeah. I do have the Autobot, and I apologize for that. What was that anyway? Hiya, Kadumba. 2600 is the 6 core. Okay, gotcha. It doesn't even tell me what you said. I don't think you did either. I don't know what it tagged you on. I think you were just giving out specs there. But anyway, I got the fact that you said the 2600 is the 6 core. Nice. Cheap SEC. Yeah, you say it's cheap, but in comparison to a lot of other people, like including myself, whatever, that's a lot better than I would. Yeah, I don't know. I don't see any swear words. I don't know why I tagged you, I guess, for swearing. Foul language. I don't see any. I think you're good. Yeah, I'll be honest too. Oh, you've got the 1 terabyte. You got the M2. See, I don't have that. My motherboard is so old it doesn't have that technology. As far as with those, I'd love to be able to get those. I see those. I guess it's the next evolution to the SSD. They're definitely a beast. They're super fast. That's one of the things that I look forward to, I guess, as far as eventually updating this system here, because just as Racer James had mentioned there, we got relatively the same motherboard. A little bit different configuration as far as RAM and whatnot, but it's next to 8 years old. Yeah. So there's that. It's still hanging on though. I'm able to play quite a few games. It surprises me all the time as far as what types of games that it's be able to handle. A Z77 board. Yep. I'm more familiar with that. Yeah. Yeah, as far as the boards that we have, yeah, I mean, it's the fact that it's next to 8 years old. I've thrown a lot of stuff at it. I've changed out video cards. This is probably since when I built it back 8 years ago. It's probably about the 3rd video card that I've had in. I've had the 7600 GT, the NVIDIA, pretty much all NVIDIA cards. I've had the GTX 660, and now it's got a 970, GTX 970. That's the 3rd one that I've had. So I'm slowly working my way up there. Yeah, it handles, pretty much what I like to do, which is this type of stuff. And some of the games, at least anyway, that are somewhat in the mainstream. Some of the more heavier games it struggles with, but I just checked. Indeed, max 32 gigs. Oh, so you did look it up. Cool. I'll be honest, I didn't even really know. I knew there was room at the time when I got it, like 8 years ago, that there was room, I guess, to be able to expand from what I started off with, the 2 8GB rip jaws. So, as it stands right now, I still have 2 banks that are open, as far as to put that in there. Problem is, that I've come to find to this point, is they don't make that RAM anymore, as far as the rip jaws, because I haven't been able to find it. And that's still been a struggle too, because if I could acquire that, I'd probably get another 8 gigs and just max it out for what I got on that board, which is 32. But just like we'd mentioned, as far as like you want to make sure it's the same speed, as far as the same brand, same type, whatever, so that they kind of play nice with each other. Yeah. Yeah, it's like a $180 CPU Canadian. Yeah, for that that 2600 you got there. That's not really that. That's pretty decent, to be honest. So some of the CPUs that are out there now, they're like up and around $300-400, probably about $500-600 Canadian for you. But they are beasts of a CPU, and that doesn't matter if it's the AMD as far as the Ryzen, the latest Ryzen, or the Intel as far as like the Intel i9s. Yeah. When I build a system, I keep my old video card and max out. Yeah, you still got James. I think you still got your what was it you had last before your 1080 Ti? That's what you got on there currently. I remember you said just to make a backup, I guess, as far as the system, because you just never know. You haven't had that problem as far as needing to have the backup, but it does come in handy. You were Intel as far as, yep. They're pretty good, not quite on par with Intel, but these Intel CPUs, like I said, this i7 is a 3rd gen i7 on this system, and I do, even as I sit and snap right now, as I'm streaming this, I'm using CPU encoding, and I've used the same CPU encoding even when I'm playing games, and it will kind of crap its pants or whatever every once in a while, as far as even running at 6,000 bit rate. But I'll tell you what, it keeps ticking. It keeps ticking, and that's what's really surprised me, I guess, as far as the ability of it. So what I'm tend to get worried about, as far as like, it's going to come to the point where it's just going to had enough, and it's going to say, okay, that's, and it's just going to poop itself. It's just going to totally crap out. That's what I worry about. So as we're sitting here talking against all the techie stuff there, I'm trying to think of what I want to put on here for a roof here. I think what I can do, I got some deals in here. Whoops, what did I just hide? Apparently nothing. Okay, so I need to unhide. Your 3700 still works, I think. Oh, cool. So you still have that. Nice. CPU, I definitely limiting factor. I wouldn't even consider it to be a limiting factor. Definitely upgrading, I guess, to a newer i7, or a newer Intel anyway, probably would definitely help. But I don't really think that when it's different when I'm doing this type of stuff, not streaming, because obviously you're not using the CPU encoding, I guess, to be able to, stream actually what you're doing. But even as it stands right now, I mean, I got all the cores on it, I got them all as far as to change the affinity, as far as to task each core, I guess, to do different, each core has its own task instead of just spreading it out equally, I guess, across all the cores, and that seems to help it out quite a bit. I have to do that every time. That's the only problem, I guess, with needing to do these types of things, is just setting the affinity every time I get in to do something, especially when I'm going to stream it, and it does seem to help with that, as opposed to just letting Windows just control the affinity. So it helps if you do know, I guess, a little bit about that as far as to be able to smooth out, I guess, things. Yeah, I don't throw stuff away. I still got, way back when I built my very first PC back in like '99, which was still like the PCI, the PC RAM, as far as like, we're talking like old school. I've even got some EDO RAM as far as like that I got from when I was first starting to think about building a PC. I've got eight, I think they're 8 megabyte EDO RAM, going all the way back to like the Apple IIe. Yeah, that's how far back I've gone. I never did build that, or actually get a system like that, but I still have the components, I guess, to be able to potentially do it. That's what's kind of crazy. They're probably more of a like a vintage piece now, right? It's like ancient history. It's like time capsule. I feel like I need to turn that down just a tad. There we go. That particular piece in that playlist always tends to dominate. I just want to make sure. Hold that down. Okay. So what I need to look for in my scene here is I got a list of things there here that are hidden, and I think that was in. I took note of it. It's going to be. Make sure I can find it again. I tried to label these so they're easier to find. Doesn't always work, but yeah, it should be this one right here, I believe. Yep. So it was between this piece and hello, get out of there. Yeah, so that piece is grouped together like so. What I was thinking of doing, I could take this roof on that and be able to put it on there. It's got the same contrast. I may have to resize it or whatever to fit that, but I think it'll work. Let's go ahead and ungroup this. I've shown grouping and ungrouping, I guess, to have it work for your advantage. So I've got several pieces in here to include these individual towers. Let's go ahead and group and I'll show. So now I got this, the roof piece, and then these individual towers, as well as this rooftop's all separate. So I can group that together just so that it cleans up the item list a little bit, so it's not all kind of cluttered in here. Shown plenty of times before where grouping your items in your scene here into a list so it doesn't clog up your items list, at least anyway. Right, and remember you said that was water cooled there too, as far as be that you got that hybrid version. You had to do a little bit of modification, I remember there, Racer James, as far as to make that 1080 fit in your case. I remember that. That's been a little bit. That's been a minute or two. Alright, I'm going to clone this. Got the transform where I want it to be. Yeah, let's go ahead and clone that. I think that'll work. And I'm going to do this as a copy. And I've shown the differences plenty of times, but it's just a little bit of refresher. The difference between a copy and an instance. You want it as a copy because as we adjust this as a copy, it won't affect where we cloned it from. If you keep it as an instance, both items would be affected at pretty much the same way. So if I scale it one way as opposed to that, if I do it as an instance, it'll affect the donor, if you will. We don't want it to do that, so we want it as a copy. Dremel, some players were involved. Won't discuss further. Okay. No, I do remember that. I think there's still picture evidence of that too. So I got a little bit of a piece here. So I removed this poly back here because obviously you can't see that. That's up against this tower. So I'll have to be able to add that back into this if I want to apply it to this, which is not a big deal. Very easily to. So let's bring it down here. Get that clipped. Now I'm going to better put this into position based on the Z vertex of this. Just for now I want to get it roughly into place here. So I'll be able to use this Z vertex to be able to get this planted onto this, so it's just not roughly put in there. You could do that, but it's in then you run the chance of it having a gap in between the top of your walls or clipping into it to where the top of the wall would actually come through the so you don't want to do that. We want to be able to have it nice and flat and flush on the top of this wall. Wants to build a pyramid case PC? I don't even know how would that work? Alright, so I think what I'll do to adjust this roof piece, I need to go into this one, and I need to grab, let me see what I got going on here. I might have to adjust this a little bit. Yeah, I can see what I want to do here. I don't like this little sliver in here, so I think I'm going to take that poly out of there and just make it one solid piece coming down. Yeah, let's optimize these polys a little bit better. So let's do this and this. That'll work. And yeah, I think that'll work. I'm not going to worry about that little sliver there. I think that'll be fine. But then I want to grab this edge, like so, and then basically pull that down like that. Now, I'll probably need to remap this, because basically what that's doing is just stretching the texturing of this edge on this top poly here. So that's not going to look very good. So we'll probably have to remap that So we have to open up the UV map. We'll do that once we get this all set. I think that's a Octane trying to show off his emotes there, but it's coming in all in a clustered text there. Okay, never mind. I'll be doing there, Octane. Okay, so what I want to do is turn back on my... Yeah, that's not the first time that's happened in the chat there. I think Racer James had a little bit of an issue with that too. Yeah, but I can see from my end, at least anyway, it looks like those... the text for all that is all kind of running into each other. You tweeted a pic, you know. Oh, that's going back to, I guess, to your. Yeah, you have enough fudge in your video card, I guess, into. Naturally, it's Twitch at its finest. Yeah, definitely. Doesn't like the run-on text there, I guess, for the emotes. I did catch a little bit of GlitchCon, I guess, a little bit, and they were. It was kind of interesting. They partnered a couple of people. They were explaining as far as like every 50 seconds. This was a crazy statistic. This is when I caught it in there earlier when it first started this morning. They were mentioning as far as the fact that there's a new affiliate on the Twitch platform every 50 seconds. That's how ridiculous. I want to say ridiculous, but it's just, man, yeah, there's a lot of... They've had over... And this is a crazy number, too. They've had over 11 million new Twitch affiliates since last year. That's just insane to me. I'm just this little lowly guy. It's just in my own little corner of Twitch. Oh, you did post. You were able to post a link. Cool. Yes, it's insanely easy. It definitely is. I don't know if that's necessarily a terrible thing. There's plenty of very talented streamers that I've come across that deserve the affiliate, and even more so. I mean, I don't try to discount as far as, but some of them out there, it's a little questionable. It's a tad questionable. It's like, yeah, the fact that, you know, getting the 50 followers and all that jazz. We know how it works, so I won't go into all the details of that. I want to double check and make sure that these are both at the same Z. So that's at 3.056. Yes, so those are good. You know, I don't know. Sometimes when you look at these things here from different perspectives, it tends to look like it's off. It's a tad off, but it's not. I just had to reconfirm. So when I look at this here, this value here is the same as that one there. So that's one way I can check to make sure that it's straight across and level and all that good stuff. So yes, we are good there. Other than the fact that I need to map that, that's the only other thing. So I think that's what I'll do next. So now that we got this piece in here, before I get this resized up, I'm going to go ahead and apply a UV unwrap to this so I can retexture this, because right as it stands right now, it's kind of mismapped. You can see how it stretched that texture from where I grabbed it from this edge, and we got to fix that. So let's see it here. So I'm gonna go. I got my little hotkey in here. You can necessarily go through the modifier tab and go through the unwrap modifier. I made it a little bit easier on myself and just created a little shortcut on my toolbar, and I automatically apply that. That's just a little thing. There's I believe we got a tutorial up on the Spline Design's YouTube that kind of explains it. I think James did a pretty good job. I'm trying to explain how you can set up shortcuts on your toolbar. There's plenty of other shortcuts that you can make up on your toolbar. I tend to grow these in. The more common ones I use are the unwrap, converting to an editable poly, and then all my snaps. You know, be it edge snap, birch snap, and so on. Those are the ones I use religiously. So those are the only ones I have on there for now. Torch playing some slots. You got all the colors of the rainbow there. Oh, there you go. James says that's how you do it. That's how it's done. That's the middle ground. Yep. That one there is the middle ground. The 500 points. So that's the You can get 1,000 units of fluid, I guess, as far as if you get all 3 robots. As far as a little Mr. Roboto, you can get that. That is the maximum you can get on playing the slots. So that's a that was only a couple pulls of the slots there, and you were able to get that. So GG's on that there, Racer James. Alright, so now that we got the unwrap applied to this, all we need to do is open up the edit window, and then we're going to make sure we got our texture applied like so, and we can see where that all is initially mapped. This is what we consider a wire map. So this is all the wire of the model itself as far as in a 2D platform. You can see where all that's mapped. So what we want to do is this new poly that we created, we want to select that and map that and make it a part of that wireframe. So select that, and it'll show like this, just that edge. So what we'll do is just make we can go several different ways. Because it's just the one poly there, we can probably just easily just do a quick planer on it, and that's probably simple enough. So it'll put it in this orientation, and then we can see where the other sides are mapped, so we can kind of get this scaled in like so. And then just to kind of keep it really clean, we can grid snap this so that it's more aligned, I guess, with all these pieces. I don't think I did that with the other pieces here, hence you can see they're kind of all misaligned here. I could probably go back into this and clean it up if I wanted to, but actually I think I want this down here. Yes, so these pieces here are the underside of that lip, so that would be more this side. You know, what? I can zoom in on this here. So that would be more this side, and then I've got this here. It's got a little bit different look to it. Yeah, so that's what those are. So this one here, I want it to be on this part of the texture. It's a little bit more rough, I guess, than as opposed to smooth. Hey, did it do that again? Yeah, that's the same thing that happened to Racer James there earlier. Is that doing it? Now I gotta try this myself. Well, I'm not even able to load my emotes. What's up with that crap? That's a bunch of garbage. What are they doing, Twitch? Twitch, what are you doing? You're killing me. I can't even get to my emotes. It says unable to load. Well, no wonder why it's only coming up as text. Now, Racer James, you were able to get that one modified one there earlier. Again, I got to scroll up here for a second here and see. My goodness. Now, obviously, the Twitch emotes are working as far as the cap and all that stuff. Yeah, that one. So that one works. The modified one. So, apparently, the standard emotes. Yeah, on my end, it's not even allowing me to... It says unable to load my emotes. What's up with that? Twitch, what's wrong with you? Hopefully that'll... I don't know if they're currently working... They got GlitchCon going on right now, so I don't know if they're adjusting stuff on the fly. I do remember seeing something in their support, something about drops, certain drops, I guess, that are, yeah, because you can get drops for different games. I guess the emote availability, I guess, was on the fritz, so I think they were addressing that. I think that might be part of that problem. Yeah, see, it's still doing that. That's all text. Yep, that's showing as text there too. So yeah, I do remember Twitch saying something about that, so that might be part of that. Now, let me try something here. I was in the start. I didn't even pay attention usually in the. Yep, so it's even doing it there too. As far as the emotes for the channel. Let's try that. How's the BTTV ones working? Let's do this one. BTTV ones seem to be working. And also, you can do it this way. Let's see if those are working. Yep, so all the BTTV ones are working. Is this the Twitch emote seems to be? At least the channel ones anyway. So personal channel ones, yeah. In fact, I can't load any emotes. That is nuts. Not to mention my own, as far as can't get any emotes. That's terrible. So that's probably why Octane's yours wasn't working either. Yikes. Exactly, Empire, exactly. So the fact that Twitch is... they made sure the kappa was working there, that's for darn sure. Sheesh. I'm sure they'll fix it, though. Just a little hitching to get along, I'm sure. Alright, so all I'm doing is just loosely putting these in position. I can definitely, as I was saying, go back in through these if I wanted to, and actually do a grid snap to these just to kind of clean them up, make them all nice and tidy. That's if I wanted to. I don't really find it necessary to have to do that. Now, if you were going to do something like ambient occlusion, you'd probably want to. Yeah, you'd probably want to do that. So let's see how we look here. So now we've got that. See, it doesn't stretch anymore. It's not stretched look. It's got that that look to it now as far as on the texture. And that's what we wanted to correct. So that's good to go there. Now this is without rendering it too. So if I render that, you can definitely get a different sense of how this will look. But that's pretty much how it'll look. Let's go ahead and render it here really quick and see what we get. Yep, so that's what it looks like rendered. Yeah, it looks pretty good. I'm satisfied with that for now. Okay, so with that fixed, now we can go ahead and collapse this unwrap. We don't need it anymore. So that'll maintain the mapping still as well. So we'll do this. Now from here we can go ahead and size it up to fit our constraint here for this building we're trying to apply it to. Let's see. I'm almost tempted. I think I will do that. I'm gonna go ahead and rotate this. Yeah, let's go ahead and do that. I'm gonna put this on a angle snap. So we want to go this way. Make sure that's at 90 degrees. There we go. And then from here, I'm trying to think of how I want to do this. I can probably do a uniform scale on this on each X and Y axis, just to see what kind of result I can get out of that. So let's go into this. I'm going to grab it this way, and then I can kind of pull this in like so. So this is only grabbing it on the one axis, in this case the x-axis here, because I don't want to adjust the height of this, you know, the thickness of that, I don't want to, and I do not want to disturb that, so I'm only grabbing it on this one axis here. So it's really going to come down to how much overhang do I want to have on this. So just kind of gonna work with this loosely here. So let's shove this over. Let's go back into here like so. Okay, now we want to get it this way. Oop, I got some things in the way. Okay, I gotta turn some more things off here. Get the things out of my way. So let's hide some of this stuff here just for now. Yep, I'll go ahead and hide this. We got those pieces. Still got that in one piece yet. Now I still need to collapse that into one piece. As far as to put that back on there, that's object 134. I'll just take note of that. Actually, I'm gonna go ahead and rename this, just so I know what that belongs to. Let's go like well, hold on a second here. I got ahead of myself. Let's do that. I hid that one piece. I want to hide that so that I know it belongs to that. So unhide by. That was... What did I do with that? Uh-oh. I lost my piece there. What did I name that? That should be unhide by. What did I name that darn thing? There's metal up doors. That should have been grain dryer building. Oh, here it is. That's what it was there. So what I want to do is bring that back real quick. And then what I'll do is I'll take this, copy that, and I want to keep this separate, just at least for now. That's a part of the other thing. That's probably another for mention. Just for now. I'm not sure if I want to make this one up and one down. I don't know yet. So I'm going to leave that free, I guess, for now. So I'm going to go ahead and paste this in here, and then I'm going to make this as... I'll put a 2 on the end of it so I know it belongs with that as far as my item list goes. I can also go ahead and group this if I wanted to. Going back to how you can group things to keep things together, but keep your items list clean. I can do that too. So there's a couple of different options at least anyway. For now, I'm just going to go ahead and do it this way. I'll hide this one separate, and then hide this one separate. Now from my hid list here, I've got them both in here as grain dryer building here, and then the two. So I know those two go together. Okay. Now let's go ahead and hide this. We get some more of this stuff out of the way here. There we go. That way, as I spin this around here, it won't be in the way. Cool. All right. Let's get back on this. We'll zoom to that. I still got some things in the way, but I might just end up having to take all this, hide all this stuff. It's got a few components into it, as you can probably tell. So over here, we got a couple of pits over here, as far as and these are dry. You can drive through these. I've gotten this into different simulations, I guess, to include Farming Simulator 19. I guess as far as make use of this cooperative elevator. It's pretty big too. It's 180 feet, 180 yards. I take that back. It translates into about 180 yards wide, as far as the depth of it, and it's about 50, a little under 60 yards wide. So it's pretty big. Just to give a sense of scale on this thing. And the tallest point there's about 127 feet. Yeah, again, just to give you some perspective here. Now, just to kind of show, I think I got some picture references in here just to kind of give you an idea. This is what it's all involved. So I don't have a lot of these aspects in here as far as these silos and whatever. The main components that I have had shown there so far is like these here, these taller concrete towers. I don't even have this in here, so this is like another however many feet, on top of what I've been showing. I forget what that exactly is. I have to refresh my memory. I believe, if I remember correctly on the dimensions of these are about 30 foot wide, roughly, between 30 to 35 foot wide, and I think they're about 50 foot tall up to the top of the wall here, and then an additional for the top. Yeah, they're pretty big structures. I'd have to go back to my notes on that, but I'm just going by memory, I guess, right there. Okay. With that all out the way now, and now we can get back to our work here. So let's do Z. Focus on that. There, that's better. Much better. Okay. Let's go back into our scale. And we only want to go on this direction now. Okay, let's move this over. I'm just roughly just kind of dry fitting this for now. I will definitely be able to take some measurements based on this, the walls of this part, to be able to accommodate the size of this, because it's got the I got a lip on it. I don't want it flush. I want a little bit of an overhang, so I'll be able to add to these dimensions here to give me how much overhang that I want. So now going back to that picture reference for that. Can I go back? Yeah. So you can see how much overhang is on that. I want to say that's probably, and this is all guessing, I want to say that's probably about a foot. This one doesn't seem to have as much on this side, so it's like less on this than it is here. And on the other side, I do have another angle. Whoops, wrong way. This way. So you can see there's more overhang on these three sides than on that back side as far as facing this tower. Okay, let's go back this way. Yeah, so there's not quite as much here, so I don't know if I want to offset that the same way. Probably. Might not be a bad idea. So it's probably only maybe 6 inches there, and it's about a foot or so on these other three sides. I'm sure that's probably some type of a design to that as far as the way the water falls off it, maybe because of a slope. It's hard to tell if it does have a slope on it or not. It might have a gradual slope towards this way. I'm not sure. It might be just a tip of the head. Could be. But as far as to give you an idea as far as what I'm referencing here in this picture, that'd be like putting this. See if I can put it in the same perspective here. Dang it. Focus. There we go. So that would be like looking at it like so. Something like this. So we have this building next to that opening like that. Obviously the doors down on this one here, I don't have the roll-up doors applied to it, but you can see this is where the door is on this, and then this is that building right next to it, which is this one. Now you can see in the background we got this other metal building. It's kind of covered there. It's all about perspective there. So the fact that the angle that I've got this perspective was, you wouldn't be able to see it. So it's probably more like this. Just to kind of give you, so you can't see the peak of the other building. So it's probably more like that. That's the side by side. Okay. These are the types of things I got to deal with, I guess, as far as to get the things looking right. Okay, let's alright, let's take some measurements here. And by that, I want to go into this little building here that we're trying to apply this roof to. And I'm going to take some, get this vert, and get my handy dandy calculator out. And we'll take some differences here. So this one here on the Y, we'll take the Y axis. So from here to here, we're going to go ahead and copy this value, plug it into our calculator, paste that in, and then subtract this vert on the Y. See what our difference is. Edit, paste, and that is 2.918 difference. Okay, so I know at least to make this thing flush, I would not add that. So I want to add probably about, trying to think of how many inches or so. If we go the foot, which right now I've got the units of measure setting the scene to meters. So what I'd have to do, let me bring this deal up here. So let's move this into a new window. Let's do this. I'm going to go meters to, I guess we'll do feet. It can basically translate into, there we go. So what we'll do is we want to go half a foot is basically 6 inches. So if we want to go 0.5, and that would give us this in meters. So this is, if we want to have that much as far as a half a foot, or if we want a foot, let's do that first. So if it's a foot, we want this much in meters extra. So that would be on the two sides. So we'd have to double this value. So if we do couple, we do copy. Clear this out. Paste that in. And then we'll do times 2. And the reason why I'm doing times 2 is because we got the two sides, so we want it to be a foot on either side. So that's going to add an additional 2 feet to the overall 1 dimension, I guess, of this roof. Okay, so if we want to go this way as far as the 2 feet extra on both ends there, we want to add 2. Let me get back into the roof. There we go. Let's see here. So I almost want to, just to get it to flush, to start off with and then add to it from there. I think that's probably what I'll do. That's probably good. Not a bad idea. So what I can do is make sure we got this centered. Okay, set that to center, and then make sure this is centered. Okay, that's good. This way we got a 1-to-1 comparison. So what I want to do is take that, yeah, we want to do it this direction. That's going to be on the X, so I took that wrong dimension. That was, again, getting ahead of myself. So we want to do it on the X because we want to adjust the size of the roof this way, right? So we want to get the X So we want to take this, copy, and then I want to take these outer verts here on the roof and set it to that dimension. Okay, so we want to grab, this might be a little tricky. If I go like this, paste that into here. This may or may not work the way I want it. Yep, that should work. So as long as I'm grabbing all those verts on that corner, and I'm just drag selecting those to making sure. Paste, boom. So that should line that flush, at least for now, with the wall. So if I were to bring this all the way down there, this here would be flush. That's where I want to start off, at least anyway, so I can add that value as far as the 2 feet on either end from being from flush. Alright, so same thing on this end. Okay, let's go into here. This is one way, this is one approach to it. I'm not saying this is the exact absolute method that would need to be used. This is what seems to work in my head, just put it that way. Okay, so copy this value, and then that was what's important, to make sure both pieces are centered, because if you had one uncentered, if you were to apply that value that you're copying here that I just did from this vertex, it's not going to line up. So you have to make sure that that's the adjusting the center point, I guess, of both pieces are both centered in order to make sure that that's going to work like we want it to. So vertex, copied that value. Now I can do this all at once here. I can grab all these verts on this end, or I can do it one at a time like I did on the other end. Either way should give me the same result. Okay, so I'll grab all those verts there, just drag selecting. And I've only got the one piece selected, so I'm not grabbing verts, I guess, from other items in the scene. It's probably another fair mention. And then pasting that, boom, that'll flush that up. Now the only difference at this point is I don't have it flush to, you know, I got a little bit of a gap in here, and it might be hard to see, but let's zoom it in this way. So it's lifted off that, and that's fine. I'm not worried about that. I know for a fact that this roof edge here is now flush with that wall. And I'll do the same thing this way. Get it all started from flush first, and then we'll add to it to get us that lip. Okay, so same thing on this edge. This time I want to go Y on the Y value. So let's get a vert. We'll copy the Y, and then go into our rooftop vertex, and then go like this. Copy all those. Drag select. This is the only piece I got selected, so that's works just fine. And then we want to paste that value that we just copied onto that. Now I know that side's flush with that wall. Other than the fact that it's lifted, that's the only difference so far. All right, same thing on this end. I want to go down here. Vertex, copy that, get the Y, and the reason why I'm using Y is it's on this axis. I did the X already that way. This is the Y as far as going this direction. So copy that. Oh shoot! Hate when that happens. I can get click cappy in there, gonna mess some stuff up there. Not careful. All right, so let's do that. That's where either your undo or just your Control Z will fix that problem. Okay, so if we go all these verts like so, okay, and then paste that value we just copied into there. Boom. So now we know that's flush. Now we're flush all the way around. Now the other thing that I'll do, just to get it the distance here, we want to fill this gap in, so we want to get this bottom of the roof to be able to be flush, flat, level, whatever, with the top of the wall in this building. So the approach I would take to this is we'll get this Z, and again both pieces are both centered. I did that as far as the main transform or the main pivot. They're both centered, so anything that I'm doing here is all going to be compliant, I guess, with getting it in the proper position. Alright, so we want to copy the Z value for this wall. On any one of these verts, you can pick any one of these verts on that top of that wall. Copy that. Now we want to do, since we want to get this bottom edge to be snap, basically, to put that term loosely, to that vertex on that, based on that value, I want to move the pivot on this. So I'm going to do effect pivot, and then go to my vert snap, and I'm going to, gosh darn it, getting drag happy. So I want to snap it right to one of these verts here on the bottom edge. What that's going to do, it's going to ensure me that once I set that Z that I copied here to that, it's going to put that flush. Because otherwise, if I don't do that, what it's going to do is it's going to push it down on that center point, if that makes sense. As far as it won't put this bottom edge of the roof flush with that top. So I want to make sure that pivot. So I'm basically telling it I want that bottom edge of this roof to be snapped to the top of this wall by doing this. And it doesn't matter which vert you use, just as long as it's any one of these bottom verts on that roof. Now if I copy that value, I'm going to turn that vert snap off. As I paste that value that I just copied into this, it's going to put that flush there. Now I know it's completely flat to the top of that wall. Now from here, I can add the, yeah, why is that not flush there? This is what we want to check out here. See what it's, so it should be flush all the way up and down, and it doesn't seem to be. Interesting. Yeah, see, so the fact that we got a little bit of a lip on here already, that's not the way it should be, because we did copy those. Now, it might be because of the fact that I did the way I selected those vertices, and I got this little sliver of poly in here. That could necessarily be a kind of average to that when I pasted that one, because I was basing that on one vertex here, as opposed to all these individual vertices here. Kind of averaged it out. So that's probably why I didn't. So one way I could fix that, potentially, and I was thinking of doing that when I was creating that new poly on that one side, is I could probably, let me think here. It's pretty uniform all the way around this now that I think of it, though. I might be able to just build off of that and not make it, not complicated it any further. But yeah, just to kind of explain as far as like why I didn't necessarily flush that up, was because I got this little sliver. So when I selected all those vertices based on that copy of that vert from this part of it, it averaged that out, I guess, for lack of a better way, because I have, if it was only like, if it didn't have this sliver in here, for example, oops, I don't want that. If it didn't have this sliver on this part here, it probably wouldn't have done that. But I don't want to take that sliver out of there, so that's going to give me that lip all the way around. So it seems pretty uniform all the way around this. I'm not entirely disappointed with that. So from here we can just add to that on these sides. As long as it's uniform all the way around, we should be okay. I think this will work. I think I'm going to work with this and just see what we can get here. Alright, let's go to this vertex real quick. Zoom in on that. I still got some things that are in the way, but that's alright. Yeah, so this is pretty uniform all the way around as far as how much of a lip we got. I'm just checking it out all the way around. I think we're okay. So let's do this. Let's do this. I'm going to get a little bit, play around with this a little bit. Gosh, oh, I hate when I keep getting click happy. Don't do that. I get that. I get into the mood. I guess it's just drag selecting stuff, and something that can get you really in trouble. That's, like I said, that's where the control Z comes in handy, or control Z, or your undo, as far as up and out. Use that religiously. Alright, so let's go into our top. And I think the approach I'm going to take to this, instead of scaling it with the scaling tool, I'm just going to grab all these verts on the end. See, there I go again. I gotta go into vertex. There we go. See, when you don't put it into the modifiers for like what you want, I just had it on the main mesh or the main edit poly. That's why I kept selecting that one that's back there. So anything that's in the scene, you want to be careful with that. I get in trouble with that all the time. Okay, so what I want to do is grab all these verts and just pull this out. And then from here, what happened to... Okay, so it doesn't have a poly. I can add one. That's fine. Now I want to make sure that it's equal amount of lip on more side. I don't want it to be offset. Although we did look at the picture here and it does seem to be offset. Now if we want to add specifically, okay, let's go back to our original plan here. Let's go back, set that back. I want to get it to where I'm adding, so I don't know how much of a distance this is. That's the only problem. That's the only problem. So how do I want to do this? So I think at... Just got to think of a plan of attack here. I think I got an idea. Let's do this. So we got to get this vert, that Y. Copy that value. I still want to get this flush. I think that's my main objective here. So I'm going to go back into the roof, vertex. So all I want to select at this point is down and down. I'm going to leave. Come on now. Don't cuck me like that. There we go. So I'm going to leave these vertexes here as far as that part of that sliver. I'm going to leave those out. I'm going to move that based on that Y vertex coordinate that I copied and just apply it to these 4 vertices and leave that one out. Now it shouldn't put that. I just want to see what happens here. So I'm going to paste that Y value into here. That's perfect. Okay, so now I know that's flush. That's all I was trying to accomplish there. So now I know it's flush. That's definitely flush now. Okay, cool. Yeah. Yeah, it's the only thing that screwed us up at this point here is just that little bit of a sliver that was in there. We're gonna correct that problem. So we'll just do this one side at a time here. We'll do like this. Now I want to get the X on this one here. So going back into our structure here, go to X, copy that value. Hopefully I'm not losing too many people. I know I can tend to go off on a tangent sometimes. Alright, so I copied that X value there. And I'm going to grab all these vertices here on this roof piece, like so. Okay, and then do an edit. Paste that value into this Y. This should flush it up. Oh my goodness, what the frick happened there? Did I select more than I was supposed to? Let me look closer. Oh, you know what? I did say I got the Stream Raiders going there too for anybody that does want to get in Stream Raiders. Just let me know. I do have that in the background there. I just forgot to. Bots just kind of reminding. If you want to play that, let me know. Yeah, so. Oh, okay. Wait a minute. I think I see what happened. So I didn't select that one there. Those little slivers are really screwing me up here. I'm gonna. So I don't want to get this flush. That really shouldn't be an issue there. We got these verts here. what is that doing? Hold on. Let me go back in here and copy. Maybe I didn't copy that correctly. I'm going to reselect this here. So go to vertex. Grab this vertex. And that's going to be on the X. Copy that. And go there. Okay, let's try this again. So there should be only 4 verts that I need here. So it'll be those 4 verts. Why is it saying 13 verts? What the heck? What the? Oh, it's probably because. Okay. Yeah, so I want to leave these out as well as these 2 out. So it should be good. So let's go ahead and paste that back into there. I think I just put it on the wrong one. There we go. I think what I did was I pasted that X value into the Y. I think that might be what screwed it up. I'm thinking that's what I did. Scold twice. Nice. So you got the scold. Torch scolded him twice in a row. Oh no, you each did it and got the 100. Nice. Each got that. So, yeah, so now this should be flush. Cool. That's all I was looking for. Now let's get it flushed on this side. We'll get it all flushed up on all sides. We're pretty good so far. Alright, so let's go this way. Then this one here, we need to get the Y. Y ask Y. So do copy. And then for these, I only want to get, I want to leave these out. I don't want to select those. Okay, so let's do that. That. Paste that in there. That should flush it up. Cool. That should now be flush with our wall. That might be a little bit tough to see because we got the brown or whatever in that one there too. So let's go ahead and hide this one there. Oh, do I not have this? I got this all pieced up, I see. Yikes. Okay. Oh, I was gonna. Nah, I'm gonna leave it like that for now. I was just gonna see if I can get some more contrast into. Son of a gun, anyway. Did you move that? No. Okay. There we go. What I was trying to do is just trying to get some more contrast in here. You can see that it's actually flush. You can see where that edge is. So now that roof piece or whatever is flush with that for now. From here, you know, getting it to flush there, you'll be able to add the appropriate amount of, yeah, based on that value for getting 6 inches or a foot or an overhang. So now let's do this side. Do the same thing. I don't know if that's just me. That seems like it's... Why is that uneven there? The heck did that happen? That's definitely uneven. I don't know why. Wow, did we go through that? I think we went through that playlist already. Okay, there we go. Fix that problem. Okay. We're doing alright. So, yeah, somehow, in the process of getting this flushed up, God, I still got so much stuff in the way. This is flushed, it kind of threw this side out of whack. Okay. Well, we can easily fix that. Let's go into this building here. We'll probably do these separate as far as we'll do this end and then do that end just to make sure that we can get that nice and straight flush and true. So let's go. We need this X, we'll copy that. Then we go back into our roof piece. Vertex. Let's do this set first. Paste that into the X. That's already given it. In fact, that is not flush. What the heck, man? Why you not flush up? Let's try that again. Paste. Why do you not want to flush up? That's definitely not flush. Now, it might have definitely something to do with the fact that this is the orientation of these vertices here. The fact that it's trying to average it. It's definitely not flushing up. Why? Alright, let's make sure I copy that value correctly. Vertex on this. X. Copy that. Theory there, that should be what I need to do. Paste. That, why is that not flushing up? I don't understand that. What are you doing? It's not doing what I'm expecting it to do. Oh, I know why. Because I moved that pivot. If you all remember, this is what will happen when you don't have the pivot set correctly. That's what's happening. So it's actually going by where I put that pivot down here when I flushed it up. That's what it's going by. So that's why it's throwing that off. Okay, that makes sense. That kind of demonstrates, I guess, as far as putting your pivot in the proper position. Alright, so let's go ahead on this piece. You're going to go ahead and effect pivot again. We already got it flushed to the top of that wall, so we're good. That's what I figured it had to be something. See, we still remember we snapped that to that bottom edge there, so it's based on that pivot. So when I try to copy that X value from this top wall, it's basing it on this pivot or that center. I mean, that's not right. That's just why you got to have your pivot for your pieces that you're trying to line up there both centered. So once I center this, it should work properly. So we'll center to object. There we go. Now we'll try that again. Now I'm just going to ensure, go back into this piece. Now this is still centered. We didn't adjust that at all. It was only to that roof piece. Okay. So now we go to vertex. Get that. We'll copy that X again just to make sure. I'm just going to ensure it. And then go back into here. Now that we got this centered, I should be able to select these verts like that, and then paste that value into that X. Boom. That should flush it up. That's more better, I think. That's still not 100% flushing that up, though. What the frick is going on? Huh. That's super weird. You can definitely tell by that little bit of a lip there, it's still not flushing that up. Not sure why. Let's ensure that our... Let's go here. I don't think I moved that, but... Let's go check our pivot on this one just to make sure. So effect pivot, center. Yep, so that's good. Didn't see that shift at all. Let's check this one more time. There's no reason that shouldn't be at this point, with that being centered now, that it shouldn't flush that up there. Alright, so we want to do effect pivot. Center. Yep, so it's centered. You definitely be able to tell if it shifts or whatever, if it was off center. Alright, so not 100% sure at this point why that wouldn't be flushing that up properly. You can still see a little bit of a lip there. I'm trying to get it flush. Why you won't flush? So it should definitely, with the way I'm selecting these vertices on this end, it should be flushing that up with what this vertex here that I copied. That's what it should be doing. But it's not doing that. So on the X, do it one more time. X, copy. Going to our roof piece. Copy those. Paste. Yeah. So we're still not flushing it up like I need to. Okay, let's go ahead and get this in here. See what happens here. Paste that same value. I don't know what's going on there. Why is it not flushing that up? Ah, crap. I got that in my way. Dang it. I'm going to have to hide that so we can work on our piece there. Yeah, let's do that. That piece here is in my way. That's all one piece? Okay. I don't want to lose sight of when I put this in my it's not going to be grouped, so I want to be careful with that. Hide. That should be good. I'm going to go to my unhide list here. So those are object. I just want to make sure I don't lose these pieces. Okay, they're right here. Okay, got it. That should be easy enough to discern. Cool. Alright. Why is this not wanting to flush up? Gotta get down to the bottom of this. Okay, so in this corner. Oh my god. Nothing bugs me more when I got stuff in the way. So I need to hide this too. Wait a minute, that must have been the interior. Must have been. So I got an interior to that as well as the outside walls. Alright, there we go. Leave that. Okay. Try that. Oh, so we only got more stuff out of the way. Now, we got to figure out why the heck this one doesn't want to flush up here. It's definitely on an angle. Looks like it does, and I'm not sure why. Another way I can probably correct this. No, I don't even know if that'll work. I was thinking of putting that pivot on this part here onto that corner and copying that X. But if I do that, yeah, it's worth a try. Let me see if that'll. I'm not sure why it's not working the way it is. I don't know why. That's weird. That should be working in theory there. So let's do effect pivot. We're going to do a snap. Move this out of center and put it right there in that corner. Where the heck is it putting that? Okay, I think we're good there. I don't know why it's doing that. Okay. Alright. This shouldn't be this complicated, but apparently it wants to make an issue out of this here, so I'm going to put that pivot right on that corner of this deal here. Okay, so we're in this effect pivot. Right on that corner. Okay. Cool. Now if I do that, I would have to move the pivot of this. It's probably not going to work the way I thought it would. I'm not even sure why it's making me do this. That's what's bugging me. That should definitely work as long as you're centering that. I don't know what's getting thrown out of whack here, but what in the heck did I do here? Where's my pivot at? There it is. Alright. So yeah, even if as I look at this here, this is auto. I don't know how that got out of whack like that. I selected all those vertices. That could be just a product of the way I selected those vertices, all in multiplicity like that, and adjusting them all at once there. It's probably not a good idea to do that. That's what it's coming to my conclusion there. Now these other sides seem to work just fine, but why this side here is being such a problem, I don't know. That definitely to me is on an angle. It's more narrow on this end than it is here. So if I put that pivot there. Wait, what did I do here? Ah, that's not what I wanted to do. Alright, so in this roof piece I need to... I'm just brainstorming here as far as a possible solution here. Why in the world... Okay, was that just a... Oh my god, I'm confusing myself now. What is this vert? Am I on a vert? Or is that where the pivot's at? That's where the pivot's at, okay. So why is it when I affect the pivot? Alright. So I want to move it to there. That's what I want. So what I'm trying to do is get this all flush with the wall. So if I figure if I put both these pivots to where I want it to go, in theory, that should put it where to get it flush, I guess, anyway. Alright, so alright, so pivot on each piece or whatever is on the corner that I want it to get flushed. Okay. So on this X, I'm going to copy that X. I don't know if this is going to work like I think it will or not, but we're going to try. So on... Got a couple different verts in there. Paste. Okay. Yeah. Let's do that there and then here. That's more like what it should be. Okay, so let's work with that. So yeah, that should be flush now. The fact that I had to move that pivot completely there should not have needed to be the case, but was kind of forcing me to do that. So that's one way you can remedy, possibly, if you run into the same type of issue. Move your pivot on the 2 points as far as like which one's off, and then which, basically putting the pivot to where you want it to flush up. That's what I just did there, and then just copied from where I want it to be to the point that's not, and then that put it flush. So you can definitely see that's flush with our building piece here now. Okay. And this is much better than just taking it and just vertex snapping it. Because I got several verts that are in here. You can definitely run into where not all of them are necessarily going to snap properly. So that's partially the only reason why I'm doing it, trying to do it this way. Alright, so now let's try the same thing out on this end. Let's go back into here. Wait a minute, why did it put it way out here? Do I still got a vert out there? Better not. That was weird. Why is it putting that way out here? I can imagine the X-form for this is getting all jacked up out of shape now, too. This should not be this difficult. I don't know why it's being so painful. Oh my goodness, it's crazy. Why is that way out here? That should have moved along with that. Oh my goodness. Okay, so we're in this roof piece here. I'm gonna go ahead and move it down to here. That's where I need it anyway. That is super crazy. I never had it to this extreme. This should not be this difficult. I'll be perfectly honest. So we want to take this and snap it to that corner. And this roof piece. All I'm trying to do is get this darn thing flushed up so I can actually apply a lip to it. It's being super uncooperative. But it's a matter of finding a way, I guess, to remedy this issue. Alright, so now that I got that snapped to that corner on the roof piece, okay, just like I did on the other corner, Now we'll go into our building piece. Affect that pivot. Okay, and we'll move it and snap it to that corner. Alright, so this is where I want it to end up. So from here we can again copy that X. I don't think this building is out of square. That could be another issue. We'll check that, I guess, once we get this figured out. That could be part of the issue too. I didn't check that to see if the building is out of square. Shouldn't be. I made it out of just a box, standard box shape. So I wouldn't imagine it would be. Alright, so now get back into our roof piece. We copied that X value from this piece. Now I want to paste it to that. So go X and paste it. Boom. So that should flush that out. So I'm going to do that at the top. I'm doing these individually only because I want to see it actually adjust. Because if I did it all at once there, I may not necessarily see it. No. Gosh darn it. Copied instead of pasted. Oh, you dirty rat, you. Come on, paste. Now you're just being a turd. Alright, hold on. I copied that value instead of, what did it do? Zero that out? Yeah, I guess that would be 0. Okay. Yeah, so because I moved the pivot there, that would be 0. That's my 0 point. Okay. Threw myself off there a little bit. Okay. Yeah. Okay, so let's go here. Really? Why are you doing this to me? That's definitely not. This is so frustrating. Alright, so let's do. It's just 0. I don't know what's going on. What are you doing here? Oh, for crying out loud. Now it's just being buggy. It's showing that it's 0, but that's not 0. That's definitely not. What the heck, man? Why are you doing this to me? This is being so uncooperative. I don't understand. Now at this point it's just telling me this is all 0, and that would make sense as far as having that pivot at that point, but why is it not letting me want to adjust here? Alright. Alright, let's try selecting those. 0. Well, that's just strange. It's telling me everything is 0, but I can definitely tell it's not 0. Goofy thing, anyway. Oh, kind of missing on the slots there, you're gonna see. I'm telling you what. Don't know why it's doing this. Yeah, so you can definitely tell that just by the naked eye or whatever, that's not all square. This is even off here, which is weird. Let me see if I can adjust this for here. Goofy darn thing. Anyway, so let's get this X. Why is it showing everything at 0? That's what I don't understand. Everything's at 0. I did something. I don't know what. I don't know what I clicked on, and it's making everything 0. What the heck? What did you do? Huh. For some reason, I clicked on something and it made everything 0. That's not good. But I don't know what I did. Probably got a little too click happy, I suppose. Alright, let me see if I can move. Dang it, anyway. Alright, let's do a effect pivot center. Okay, that puts that back there. Okay, cool. What I don't understand is why is it putting all these vertices at 0? That's not what should be happening. See, it's all 0. What did I do? Oh my goodness. This is super crazy. I don't know what I did. I clicked on something, apparently, because it's all my vertices are showing at 0. I'm not sure why. That's not what should be happening, but it is. Everything is at 0. How did that happen? Let's go into this here. Why is everything at 0? Oh my goodness, I don't know what. What did I click? I don't know, understand. Oh, I must have clicked on this. I don't know how I clicked on that, but apparently I put this offset on. Okay. Let's try that again. Alright, so let's see what we got here now. So apparently I must have turned this toggle on here for some reason. Don't know how that happened, but okay. Telling you. Enough to drive you batty. Okay, so yeah, that's better. So let's go. Yeah, just had that on there for some reason. Alrighty then, let's go back into here. We're gonna venture on here. So this, I want to get this value. X, copy that. Paste that here. There we go. Now we're cooking with Crisco. Okay, that's flush. Now, on this side here, I noticed that this was kind of out of whack here. We're going to fix that too. It's a lot of trouble just again to get this thing to flush. Oh, Steelcrafter, how we doing? Oh, come on in. You're sneaking on in there, I see you. Yeah, so we're just trying to put a roof piece, I guess, on this little building here that we're kind of trying to construct here. And basically, for starters here, we're just trying to get it flushed up so we can add a little bit of a lip overhang to it, similar to this. But it's much better, I guess, to be able to start from flush and work out from there to make sure it's all nice and uniform. Okay, so we need to adjust this. This is a little bit out of whack here. Straighten her out. So I think what I want to do is copy this X and get it nice and straight there. Alright, let's copy that X. Paste that here. Oh, we got a couple of verts in there, so we'll get them, make sure we get them all. There we go. Let's straighten that up. And I think this one should be fine. Cool. Yeah, I think we're good now. So now we're flush all the way around. Oh, that's the gas station. You should be flush all the way around this thing now. Okay. That was a little bit of an adventure, I guess, to get that happening there. But I think we're to square one now. Took us a little bit, but I think that'll work. So now what we want to do is, based on those values, to add, I think to this side, we're going to add 6 inches to it, which will come out to, where's our, let's get that value again. That's for a foot, so we want half of that. Let's just do 0.5. Half a foot, so we need this value. We need to add this much, because we do have meters as our units of measure inside of here. Okay. So what we want to do at this point is add that much I just copied to. This might be a little tricky. I might have to do a different selection method here. Let's do this. Yeah, let's do it this way. Yeah, this one here. So let's go them, down, down, and down. So I'm leaving out these sets of polys here that make this side of that little sliver. So I don't want that to move. I want these outside ones here to move. Okay, so same thing on this side here. See, I'm not including these two sets of vertices. I'm going to move these out. So if we add to this Y, let's see. Oh, I guess I did that wrong. Hold on. So I got ahead of myself again. So I need to basically, let's clear this out. We need to take this Y value, copy that, put that in our calculator, and add this value. Edit, paste, and then equals. So this is what we need to get that entire new Y value too. So we need to do a copy and paste that into the Y here. While those are selected, now that should move that out. Oops, went the wrong way. So we're going to have to go the opposite direction. So it did do the 6 inches, it just went the wrong way. No biggie. So we'll do this way. So we're going to have to subtract from that, so we need to go this way. So this is positive going towards center, negative going out that way. So we're going to have to subtract from that is all. Let's go the other direction is all. So copy that Y value again. Let's go the other way. So instead of doing it this way, oops, I want to clear this out. So edit, paste that, and then we need to subtract this value. Copy that. Paste. Equals. Now we go down to this. We'll do a copy. Alright. And then paste that into the Y. Again, with those selected, that'll shove that out 6 inches. So that's 6 inches worth of overhang. Now, if that's sufficient, let's go back to our picture reference and we can kind of compare this now. So you can see I didn't move these. That's going to give me that overhang. Took a lot to get to this point, but I guess we're getting it now. Alright, so that's going to be this little bit of a ledge right here. So if we zoom in on that, that's going to be that little bit of a ledge overhang. Okay. Now we want to get this over here. This is more like a foot than it is on these other three sides. So we're going to add that foot to the other three sides. So now let's get to that point. Now we got everything flushed up. We can definitely get this accomplished now. Now I'll probably end up needing to move this here. In fact, let's go ahead and do that right now. You want to move all these verts and snap it to that corner of this wall here now. Now that we've got this out, we don't want this vert to be here, kind of floating away, I guess, from this. So we want to move this and grab this vert. Let's go to vert snap. Snap that there. Do it on this side as well. That's all that's doing at this point, is just snapping that roof piece to the top of our wall there, like so. Okay. Now to get all these other verts lined up in the same way, I'm just going to select them like this. Actually, we can get the Y value on that. Copy that. Go there and then paste that value here. That way we know we're lined up like that. You're following? Hopefully. So we should have some verts in here. We need to line up there too. So I've only got this one piece selected there. So the way I've got this selected here with the paint selection there like that, I'm only selecting that vert. That sets of verts there. So right now it's showing I got just the one vertex selected there. Hence right here. So do paste. Welcome back there, Steel. I didn't realize you left. Yep, so now we got that all lined up. Cool. Alright, now we'll get this side. Do the same thing here. So we already snapped this one corner over here. Now we're going to get all these other verts lined up with that. Do some cleanup here. So vertex. Just want to make sure. Yeah. So get this vert. Get that Y. Copy that. And select those. Paste. Cool. That straightens that up, and then we should have vert right there. Paste. Boom. That's all lined up nice and pretty now. Good deal. So that's that edge all nice and cleaned up. So we got all the vertices as far as the inside there. So we only got a poly here, so there's no poly beyond this edge. It's all hollow here. So we only got polys where we need to be. Right? That's kind of optimizing the polys in that there. Cool. Now we can move on to, let's do this edge here and add the foot to it now that we're flush. Okay. Now we want to change our value in here to 1 foot. And that's how much in meters. Cool. Now if we go vertex, yeah, you should be able to grab this whole side like so. I'm going to leave that out with those verts right there. We're going to leave, and there's some verts in here too that are kind of hard to see, I guess, but in fact you can probably see it this way. Actually, there's only a vert on this bottom edge. Okay, I think I see what's going on. So once I pull that out and get this, do the same thing here, there's a vert that's right here that's creating that lip there. Once I get this pulled out here, I'll be able to adjust that to the edge of the corner just like I did on the other side. So I want to make sure I don't select that. And extending this out the foot. Let's get it balanced out here. There we go. Vertex. Grab all these. So again, I'm not grabbing these. There's a set of verts. Oh crap, I still got that selected. See, I almost went against what I was just trying to say. So there's a vert right here, and there's a set of verts over here. I don't want to select those. That's that little sliver. We only want to get these outermost here. So now we want to do, take this value, copy, and this one I think I should have to add it because we're going out this way. If it ends up being, we can always go the other way, but based on the way we did it there, we should have to add here. So let's go clear this out. Do an edit paste, this value, that. So that's that vertex, or the Y coordinate that I just... Oh, wait a minute. We need the X, my bad. I copied the wrong value. So we need to copy this X value because we're trying to move this out on the X axis here. So copy this into our calculator. And we want to add 1 foot, which is going to be this value. Go to our calculator, edit paste, and equals. So this is what we need to have that. Yeah, so we're going to do copy this, paste that into while those are selected. Yep, so we need to go the other way. Okay, cool. We need to subtract it off. That's what it looks like. No problem. So we just go the other way with it is all. Let me recopy this. We'll clear this all out. Trial and error. Copy that. Paste. Now we need to subtract, just like we did on the other side, this value. Copy that. Edit, paste, and equals. So now this is going to be this value. So I do a copy. Paste that into here. There we go. So move that out. Stretch that out of 1 foot. Ta-da! So now if we look at our reference here again. See if I can get this to where it makes sense here. So that's this edge here is going to be representative of this here. This whole side. Okay. So now so far we got this edge and that edge. Now we want to get these other edges. Now before I go on to that, I want to move these verts just like I did on the other side. So move these and snap these to that corner. Okay. So we got that little bit of a sliver here. We want to maintain that because we're going to need that for this next one we pull out. Okay. So what I'll do is I'll snap this one here. I'll take a vertex snap to that corner. Now I can take this X value, copy that, and then select. There should be a vert right there. And oh, I did it again. Okay, at least I know what I'm doing now. So it must be when I'm trying to drag copy pasta, I guess, into this. I'm selecting that there for some reason. It's just okay. At least I know what I'm doing now. It's first time for everything, I suppose. There. So now we got that flush. Okay. Now we should be good on this edge. We don't need to adjust anything there. So between that and that should be fine. Very good. Now let's do it on this end. Oh crap. Getting super wonky on the movements here, and it's kind of bugging me actually. Okay, so now we need to adjust this side. So same thing with this one. Now because we already got this all established, it's going to be a lot more wider. Once we get that other side there stretched out, the foot, whatever, we'll have a wider ledge on it. So it'll make sense once we get to that point though. So we'll go vert snap that there, and we'll get this Y value, or X value in this case. So with that vert still selected, we'll copy this X value and put it to, and we'll do these one at a time here. So let's do that. Just so you can kind of see how it's shifting that. That's exactly what we want it to do. There we go. Cool. So that's all nice and square off of that. Moving on to the next side. So we're going to add a foot to this. Noticing we got a little skinny path here, so we want to be careful how we select these verts here. We want to make sure we're only getting these outermost vertexes. So you can see that vert right here. These verts here, we don't want to touch those. We want to leave those there. At least for now. We only want to get these on the outer edge here, like so. Just like that. Okay. Now we can copy this Y value. And we should, I think we are now to the point where we should be able to add to it, not subtract, based on the orientation of which direction the it needs to go. And again, if it comes out to where it's taking in the wrong direction. You just need to go the opposite direction with your calculation here. Okay, so more than one way to go about that. So we got to paste that Y value that we copied here, and then we want to add a foot onto this, so we'll do a plus and paste, copy this value for 1 foot. Okay, and then paste that in our calculator. Equals, so we need it to be there, so copy this value, and with all those selected, paste that to our Y. And there's our foot that extends it out. So you could definitely, you know, eyeball it if you wanted to, I guess, as far as to get it. I like to be more precise. It just makes sense to me. You could definitely just select it, though, those verts there, and just pull it out and be like, yep, that looks good. I tend to like to take the approach to get it precise on that. So to get it at a foot, you know, as far as you want to make a foot all the way around this here, that just makes more sense to do it the way I'm doing it here. Okay, so obviously I'm going to have to add another sliver. So a couple of different ways I guess I could, with the way of the orientations that I got here, I can make a new poly from here and take it all the way to the end, or I can grab it from this edge. So a couple different edges, I can do it from here or there. In fact, I might have to do that on this here too. I'll wait to do that until after I got this all stretched out for now. Yeah, so we'll get this thing set, and then we'll stretch this one out the foot, and then we'll go from there. I think that is a foot there too. That might be only 6 inches on this one. Let's double check our picture references. I got another perspective here. This one, yeah. So I think that is still a foot on this one here as well. So it's like a foot on those 3 sides, and then it's just the 6 inches on the back side, I guess, if you want to look at it that way. That's based on this building right there. Okay. Okay. Took us a lot to get here, but we're getting it done. Alright, so what I need to do is let's ensure that those vertices are on the top. Should already be good to go, but I think I gotta adjust this here. Yeah, so these verts here are not right on top of that corner, so I want to adjust that to make sure they are. So let's grab this, go to vert snap, snap that there. So now we can copy this Y value for it. Whoops. So copy that Y value up onto here. See, that shifts, that's good. Oops. So okay, so that should be all nice and square. Good, good, good. Now let's check it on this corner just to make sure that one's alright. Should be, but we'll double check it. Nope, this one does have to be moved as well. Yep, so we're not going to worry about snapping it. We already got that value copied, so we'll just paste it again. Okay, get all those vertices in here moved. Like so. And I think we need to move these as well. So let's get this one. Yep. Yep, and we'll get these up here. There we go. So I'm just making sure we got them all nice and square now onto that corner. Alright, I think I had a couple more on this one here I need to get. Yeah. Oh, we got the gold kappa. How'd that? Whoa. Where'd the gold kappa come from? That's crazy. That must be something Twitch was working on. Oh, Lady Death came on in here too. How you doing there, Lady Death? Welcome on in. Hope you're doing all right. Yeah, we're getting everybody, waking everybody up over here. Welcome everybody coming in. We're doing all right. We had a little bit of a struggle, I guess, to get to the point that we're at here with this putting the roof on this little building here, but we're pushing through it. Okay, I want to make sure this vertex, see, 3.835, 3.8335, so that all lines up. Cool. So we are good on all sides there. So we got one more side to do. Now, I don't think I have... Yeah, so we're all nice and flush there. Yeah, so the cap is a... Wait a minute. So the cap is a... They made it gold? This is all... They got GlitchCon going on, so... That's not even showing up for me. Why not? How did you do that? Mine's just showing up the regular cap. How did you get the gold one? That's wicked. Yeah, it's just showing up the regular kappa for me. You got sniped? That could be. They must have targeted you. They gave you the gold kappa for some reason. Interesting. Like I said, they do have the GlitchCon going on there, since they're not able to put on the traditional TwitchCon that they do every year in September, so that's probably part of the reason why. I know, like I said earlier, they had a little bit of an issue, I guess, with the drops, especially with the GlitchCon going on and whatever, that some of the channel's emotes, namely mine, I noticed that. I don't know if did they come back up yet? Nope, still says they're unavailable. Can't get any emotes. That's super sad. Hopefully they get that fixed pretty soon. Alright, so I think from this end I'll go ahead and get this one, because we got this little sliver over here, which we don't on the other end, so we'll do it this way. We only need to get that outermost vertices here. We don't want to touch these here, for example. Okay. Nope, want to stay in vertices. We want to select all these like so. Yep, that'll work. So we'll have to fill in some polys on this bottom edge here, but that's okay. See, this is still hollow here. We'll have to fill that in there. We'll get that once we get it all of our lip figured out. We'll get that all done, I guess, as far as filling in that poly on the bottom side. Okay, so with all those outermost polys selected there, we're back on the X. We're going to copy that value. And this one we'll probably have to subtract. Again, I'm thinking. We had to subtract on the other end. I'm thinking, I don't know if this should be add. That's got to go this way. Alright, we'll try it both ways. We'll see what happens. One way's got to work, right? So edit, paste. And then we want to add. We're adding a foot to this, so we're going to take this value and copy it. Edit, paste, and equals. That's the value we need. We need to copy this. Paste that to the X with all those selected. Dang it, I did it again. Stop doing that. I keep selecting these things as I try to copy pasta there. Getting carried away with that. Yep, that was good that way. Cool. So that way we did have to add. Cool. Yep, so that's got a ledge on that. That's got a poly. The only side that we don't have a poly filled in is on the one side here. That adds the 1 foot on that side now. Okay. Now the only thing else we need to do is adjust all these verts so they're snapped to that corner of our building here. Okay. So we'll take a vert snap here, like so. And then on that X value, copy that X value. Dang it, stop doing it. Copy. And then paste that here. There. So we got several vertices in here. I want to make sure we get them all. Stop doing that. Dang it, anyway. At least I know what's happening now as far as that. I'm going over here too far and toggling that on. Whatever the heck that is. I never used that feature, whatever it is. Now that I know what's happening there, I can better make sure that I don't do that. Alright, so now we got that all lined up. Good deal. We might have to do some more UV unwrapping. You can see how this is stretching now. We probably want to fix that now that we've stretched that. Definitely want to address that. We don't want to leave it that way because that looks like poo. Not good. It looks like the poo. Alright, so we want to add poly here. And like I said, we can go a couple different. Hold on. Where was that again? Was that was here, right? Yeah, on this edge. Kind of threw me off there a little bit. So yeah, this edge we don't have. So this is hollow right here. We don't have anything here. We do have one here, but nothing in here. That's all hollow. Might be kind of hard to tell, but there's no poly in there. So we can do this a couple different ways. We can either take it and make a new poly based on this edge and stretch it out, or we can go from this edge. I'm thinking I'll take it from this edge, just drag that down to this edge. That should be good. Reasonable solution there. But yeah, we can probably definitely take it from, say, this edge. But if I do that, you can see how that's going to cover this here. So it probably would behoove me, I guess, to go ahead and stretch it from here. We're going to have to re-UV map this anyway, so it's not really going to matter that we do take it from here. Alright, so that's going to be on which axis? Looks like the x-axis right here. So if we do our shift drag all the way down, and then we'll just snap that to the verts down here. So it's going to vertex. Wait. Hello? Wait a minute. Man, that is really throwing me off there with that. So that's the top. Is that a poly we don't need there? No. That's picking up. Man, that is so trippy. So what it's picking up there is this actual top poly right here. See that? If I put it at this perspective there, you can see how that's still hollow. Yep. So that's still a hole here. So what I want to make sure is I grab the vertices for this and this. Stretch that all the way down here. There we go. Oh, so we got one vertice off here a little bit. So we'll have to fix that too. See, you got a little bit of a gap there. We'll have to fix that too. No problem. Alright, so let's go vert snap. Grab this one, and we'll snap it to this corner. Snap that there, and we got to fix this. I missed a vert right there. We'll fix that problem. Take that vert snap off. Yep, so this one that's in here, so there should be one in here. We need to get it. Let me see here. I don't want to select this here. Okay, I'm gonna get the Y value for this. That's basically what that should be lined up with. So get the Y value for that. Okay. Where'd that vert at? There it is. Oh, that's way back there. Holy crap. Okay, we're probably gonna have to get that snap to that corner of this building corner here, yeah. So that's on the Y. There we go. Yeah, we need to get it. Both of these, there's a couple of verts in here that we need to get it to this corner. So we need to get the X on this building here so we can get those two over to this point. Okay. So let's go like this. We need to get this X on that vert. Copy that. Go back into our roof piece. Vertex. So we got a couple verts way out here. Paste. Snap those over here. There we go. That's better. Let's make sure we don't have anything else there. Cool. That's all those verts to that corner. Cool. Let's check on this corner just out of curiosity too. We think we got all these. Yeah, definitely see that vert right there. So I think we're good on that corner. Go all the way around this thing and check it out. Yep, so you can see the vert here. Those are all lined up in that corner. And this corner. Got that vert right there. Cool. Very clean. We are good to go on getting our overhang on our little building here now. So we got 1 foot overhang on 3 sides and 6 inches on that one side. And that's all by perspective of this here. So if we go back to this image, that's what we've tried to depict with this here. Okay, that's just a little bit of summary, I guess, as far as what we've been trying to accomplish here. Took us a little bit to get there, but I think we got it. GG's. All right, now let's. At this point, we want to adjust the UV mapping on this. Some areas here it's a little bit stretched. So let's apply an unwrap like so, and then we want to go into edit UV window, bring our texture in. We can see where everything's at, and I think the approach I'm going to take here is like this. Let's grab that, and that's going to show up right here. What I'll do is just quick planar map this, and then I'll make that all one uniform piece on that side. So we do quick planar, and then we'll scale this in here like so. And again, I'm not really too worried about getting it all grid snap. You could necessarily take that approach to grid snap it to make them all nice and tidy, one on top of the other. I'm not too concerned with that. There's no particular pattern that I have it out, so just to keep it more random as far as like how that texture gets applied to. That's why I don't bother with the. If there was more of a pattern on here, a distinct pattern on there that you want to get lined up, you would definitely want to try and grid snap that to clean that. Not only clean it up in the wireframe, but just to make the pattern line up properly. If you did have a distinct pattern, so now that looks a lot cleaner. We don't have that stretching. That looks more uniform there. Okay, so we'll go on this side, do the same thing. Definitely got some serious stretching there. Okay, so we do that. Do the same thing, do a quick planar. Just like so. Yeah, so that little bit of a struggle that we had there, I guess, as far as it definitely shouldn't have took quite this long. So it's all about how you recover from that. You know, as far as you might run into the same type of struggles there. So it's all on how to recover, I guess, from that is all. Don't let it get you frustrated. I know it was starting to get me a little bit frustrated. I could have definitely flipped some tables, but there's always definitely a way to be able to figure out the solution. So hopefully that solution that I came up with was reasonable, I guess, for you to figure out, I guess, as far as how to get past that problem and not get you too frustrated. Alright, so we'll do this side. This side here looks pretty good, so I won't need to touch that. Okay. So we'll go into our UVW and do another quick planar. And by doing that quick planar like that, all that does is just realigns all those polys that you selected so that it will remove all that stretching. It's going to read it more as just one piece as opposed to the 3 or 4 pieces that we had in that. It's going to basically just consolidate it all into one piece there like that. Still got those gold cappas, and that is so crazy. That is weird. It's pretty cool, but like what? And all it is just the original kappa. James even missed it as a one emote, one little sad face. I almost feel like I'm gonna try this once too. I got all kinds of fluids, so I'm not worried. Oh, I missed it by 1 too. Had to get a little piece of the action there. Alright, so the only other thing I think we need to adjust is this new set of polys that we created here. Okay, so while we still got this unwrap applied, grab this one. That's all right there. We'll do a quick planar. Holy crap. That's on an angle. Interesting. That's interesting. Okay, let's try and straighten this up a little bit. Like this. Then also what I'll do, let's move it over this way. So if I can expand this out a little bit. We're going to try and straighten this up a little bit. I did that loose rotation there just to kind of straighten that up a little bit. But I'm going to go ahead and do verts here. Grab these. Straighten that out. Here we go. Okay, now we'll reselect those polys. Let's do it this way. And just to confirm, that's what we got selected there. Okay. Now we'll rotate it to, let's go to the left like this. That'll work. Now again, we don't have any particular pattern that is very distinct and noticeable on this here. It's pretty random, so it's not really going to matter if we get this misoriented. It's not going to hurt too much or whatever. Now if we had something, again, like I said, very distinctive, we might need to get that flipped properly or whatever, so that it's put in an effort to, oh, you know what, this doesn't even go on this part, this goes over here. Forgot about that. So let's put this on this part. That's that bottom of the lip, not the outside edge. Yeah, so we want it on that part of the texture. Cool. So now that fixed that up, all that stretching. That was that new poly, new set of polys that we created to fill in that void there. So now we got polys all underneath this, like so. You can see that. We are good to go. Marvelous. Next thing I want to do is, once I get this all done, is we're going to texture this building. So that'll be a little bit fun. I think I still have, let me see if I still have that out of curiosity. I should have my cinder block in here. I hope. Oh no, maybe I don't have my cinder block in here anymore. Is it in here? I didn't think I took it out. Or is it still in my... Oh, yep, here it is. Here's my cinder block sample. So I'll be able to bring that back in here so we can get our texture signed, because it does have cinder block texture to this. So you can see all the cinder block. Yep, so we want to be able to get that lined up properly. So we'll get the cinder block texture initially applied to it, and then be able to size up, you know, the scaling of that cinder block onto those walls, and go from there. So UV mapping is all done on this one here. We can collapse this down so we can maintain all that. Collapse to all. Yes. Okay. Now, I think with all that being said, I'm going to go ahead and save this scene. Whoops, my bad. Just so I can save my progress here. It should be auto-saving, but just to make sure that I got a fresh copy of this, I'm going to do that. Yeah, that's the one I want. Cool. Yeah, it definitely should have been auto-saving, but I just want to make sure. I want to reassure myself that it's... I got a fresh scene, I guess, as far as my save copy there. Cool. Alright. Let me double check something here. I think I got... Just give me a second there. Okay, that should be good to go. Just making sure. Emotes are still AWOL, I guess, as far as and I have no emotes. I've been checking other channels here just to make sure that, and yeah, definitely do not have any emotes. Alright, let me refresh this just to see. Yeah, Twitch is definitely working their butts off, I guess, to try to get the emotes back working again as far as the problem with the drops, I guess, they were mentioning. Kind of barking at, I suppose. Okay, let's try this now. Alright, they seem to be working on my end here. I don't know if you can all see those. I know it's showing through on my end. Cool. Yep, seems to be working now on my end. Good deal. Well, how's the kappa working? Can I get the kappa now? Can I get the gold kappa? Yep, now it's gold kappa. I guess it just was a matter of a little bit of a refresh. That's super silly. Now, I'm sure they've probably done that, like I said, I guess, as far as with the glitch kind going on. That's supposed to go on until 9 p.m. Pacific, which is midnight, I guess, on the East Coast. Because they started like 9 o'clock Pacific, which would have been noon Eastern. So yeah, 12-hour glitch con. Yeah, nice. Okay. Now that I got the scene saved, we're gonna work on getting this texture here. So right now, all I've got onto it is I don't know if I got the texture applied to that or not, which is going to be this texture, which is the one I already have open here, as I showed earlier. That's going to be this one right here. I think that's the one I'm going to use for it. Yeah, I think that'll work. So we'll work with the cinder blocks that we'll use to be over in this area of the texture, right over in here. Okay. So just to make sure that that's applied, I got that selected. Apply it just to make sure it's on there. There we go. Now we're obviously going to need to map it, so that's what's going to be next for this. Alright, so let's apply the unwrap for this. Open up the UV editor and bring in our texture. Okay. Now it's going to give us all the wires for the polys that are in this thing. We're going to do this one side at a time. So before we get into that too far, I want to bring that cinder block sample in here. That's already sized up to the proper scale of a cinder block. So that should be, where's that at? Let's zoom over to that. It's right here. This is our cinder block piece. Okay. We need to get that over to, so Must have been the last thing that I used it on was this building. Get that scaled up. So we want to get it moved over to over here. Onto this building. Okay. So, looks like the way I got this thing oriented, I'll go ahead and get this sized up on this wall. Yep. Just bring it over here like so. So this is going to be our guide as to how we scale in our cinder block wall texture. Now, let's see. I think what I want to do is I want to move that pivot to that corner so I can actually line the corner of that cinder block up with the corner of that building. Just so I know it's directly on that corner of that building. Alright, so let's do that pivot. And we're going to go to vert snap, and we're going to move the pivot down to there. Okay. Now from here, I'll be able to get that X and line it up with this one. So you can see I got that pivot to there. Turn that vert snap off. So I'll be able to line that up there and then just move that up to that corner. Cool. So let's do... Now I didn't necessarily need to move the pivot. I could just got that coordinate of that X there, and that would have been fine. But either way, I can just move it this. I guess what the problem that I had earlier, I guess with the roof, trying to get it flushed up there, that's just trying to ensure that I'm getting it to where I want. So if I snap that pivot, I guess right to that vert, just like I did there with the vert snap, then I know it's on that point. So I'm just kind of ensuring myself at this point with all that issue that we had with the trying to get it flushed up on that wall piece that we're trying to do. Okay, so with that copied, I can now paste that X value into here. There, that wasn't too far off actually. So now I know that's perfectly lined up with that corner. Right, so now that's all I got to do is move it on the Y once I get this texture initially applied here and get it scaled properly. Alrighty then, so moving right along. So get back into here, we got the unwrap applied. Get back into the edit window, and we want to select this poly for that. And even though it's already got this orientation that it does, I'm going to go ahead and do a quick poly on that, or quick planar I should say, and we're going to filter this so we only focus on this one piece here. Now we're going to use this texture here, this part of the texture anyway, for our cinder block. So we'll initially get it sized up in here and we'll size it up from there. Hopefully it'll scale properly based on our properly scaled model here. Here let's do an F2. So I still got that poly selected, I'm just toggling off the highlight of it. So you can, hence you can see the yellow box around there. I just toggled that off. Okay. So we can already tell right off the bat we need to scale this thing up, I guess, to be able to get this sized up with that block. Lady Div getting herself in on the action with the shot. You got 53 units. Oh, almost got that jackpot. So close, yeah, absolutely. Really close. Alright, so let's move this in. So we got a pretty good idea now as far as like how much we need to scale this texture to be able to get it lined up with our template of our cinder block there. Okay. 2 for 3, there you go. 70. Oh, your wrist, there you go. So the only thing you didn't have to do was the scold. 2 for 3 though, I don't know, I wouldn't push it. Just saying. Alright, so now we've got to select this poly here again. Make sure we got it selected. That one's right there. Now, I'm going to see if I can get this into the picture here so we can get this scaled in here. So what we're going to try and do at this point is get that texture onto that wall scaled to this block. That's the idea here. No need to sculpt. Yeah, I don't think I would. That might be pushing your luck. Okay, so there's that mortar. Do we need to go this way? There we go. I can go like this. Alright, let's try a different angle on this. That's a bad angle. Let's see if we can bring this straight on this way. There we go. The only problem is I can't see the outline of the... Let's do this. There we go. Now we can see the edge of the block. Which way do we need to go here? What the heck? There we go. Wasn't sure why that wasn't moving. There we go. So now we can line up that mortar joint. You can see that edge right here, the cinder block. We already got this mortar joint lined up. That should be pretty good. Now, the fact that this has got... a second here. Just a minute here. Yeah, we don't want that. Might have to render this to see what that looks like rendered. Yeah, it's kind of tough to tell there. Alright. Let's render this really quick and see. Okay. Render it this way. Yeah, so you can see the mortar joint there. Is that just me, or is that... It's scaled wrong going this way. Yeah, hold on a second. Yeah, that's scaled. Definitely on this mortar joint here is definitely to the top of the block there, but I don't have it right going this way. Okay, let's try that again. Which way we need to go? I think we need to go... See if I can get this all in here. Come on. No, I don't want to adjust that way. There we go. I need to go this way, it looks like. Yep. There we go. Now we're getting it. That's more like it. Yep, so now what I'm doing is I'm lining up that mortar joint with that one there. Cool. That's better. So now we got the mortar joint on the top here and on this side, so we know we got that scaled in right. Cool. Now it doesn't quite look right on the top side here. What the heck? You might have to actually bring that down one more. Because these are definitely overscaled, I can definitely tell that. Yeah, so let's try this. We need to bring this down. Okay. No, it's gotta go up. My bad. So it's gotta go down like this. I think? No. Maybe that is right. Okay, I guess maybe that is correct. I think the other thing that's throwing it off here is I don't have it all the way to the bottom here. That's what it is. That's what it is. Okay. I get it now. So we got it pretty much right. Okay. That. shoot. There. So yeah, basically what's throwing it off now is the fact that I don't have this all the way down to the bottom here, like so. There we go. Bring this back up. There we go. Let's bring it to this mortar line. There we go. I think we're good right there. I think that's gonna do it. So now we got that properly scaled. Beautiful. Pretty. Yeah, so I've shown this process before as far as how to get it proper. You got to make this one your 8 inches by I believe it's a foot. I forget the exact dimensions of that. So we've got this sample of a cinder block, standard size cinder block that you would use for building practices, and getting that texture lined up, I guess, with that scaled piece of a cinder block. So we can do this on each side of the walls to make sure we got them all. Once you get one side, though, you can kind of line up all the mortar joints to it. So really don't need that anymore, probably. But we'll keep it in here just for reference. We'll just pull it off the side here. Okay, now we'll get the next side. Let's do this side. Go back into our UV edit. And do our quick planer. Like so. And then scale that in like so. Now what I could probably do at this point is go ahead and do this so I can kind of grid snap this. So this is where it comes in, with grid snapping comes in a little bit of more use there, because you have a particular pattern that you want to get lined up there. Grid snapping comes in handy here as far as to get it in the proper proportion there all the way around. So get that back going here. Okay. Yeah, we're going to use some grid snapping here so we can get all these joints to be able to line up proportionately. So we can bring, this is our new piece, we want to get lined up with this one here. So we can get this close. Now all these walls should be pretty much equal. It's a little bit shorter on this side than it is this side, but for the most part we should be able to line that up all the same, and it should be pretty good. Okay, so let's get this grid snap. We'll get it close to this one here, and we'll do a grid snap, and that's going to ensure that all of our joints are going to line up. Alright, so we'll go into, whoops, let's go into vertex here, and we only want this one. Come on, baby. There we go. Now I'm going to turn on grid snaps right down here. Oh crap, see, it's doing that to me again. Come on. Ah, see, it's doing that to me again. Hate when it happens. It was working for me there for a while, but yeah. So the general idea with the grid snapping is its general purpose is to try and snap to the outside grid, not necessarily like this. It can be a little finicky against some at times or whatever this, and it was working for me for a while there, but now it seems to be wanting to wonk out again. So this is generally what you want to use, though, is this little scaling precise tool, so you can do one vert at a time. See if I can zoom in a little bit. Yeah, see, it's getting too wonky. Turn that off here for a second. So that might not want to work for me again, unfortunately. Nope, that's wonking out too bad. Good grief. Alright, so what I'm going to do, just to kind of get that reconformed here, I'm going to reselect that piece. Yeah, I was kind of hoping it wouldn't do that, but I guess it wants to be a bugger today. So let's do another quick planer. Also, sometimes what can help with that if you filter, but if I filter I won't have anything to grid snap to as far as the poly I want to grid snap to. So alright, let's go into this. We'll try it one more time. Come on. Yeah, normally this would work. Is it gonna work? Okay, that's working. Try this again. Nope. This one for some reason wants to be wonky. I'm not sure why. There we go. We'll make it work. Yep. She's wonking out. So, you know, that's the general way it'll respond. Good grief. Settle down. It's trying to... this is the grid. This is where it normally would try to want to snap. Yep. That's exactly what it's trying to do. Don't do that. Son of a gun. Work with me here. No. No. Gosh darn it. Ah, I hate when it does this crap. Alright, let me try this corner. Okay, that one works. Sometimes you just gotta... Come on. You can do it. Snap. Not there, not there, there. I'm gonna fight with it. Yeah, this is what it was doing to me before. I don't know why it's being so wonky. It was working for me for a while. I don't know why it's being a turd again. Come on. Let me turn this off for a second. We'll get it a little bit closer this time. Oh, come on already. Making me look bad. There we go. Sometimes you can just go back and forth with it and it'll settle down. It's just a matter of getting it to do that. Now we should be nice and lined up with here. So if we can look at our texture here, we can see all of our joints are lined up. That's what we want. So that kind of gives you an idea of how grid snapping works. When you can get it to work, when it doesn't wonk out on you, at least anyway. It's a matter of having a little bit of patience with it sometimes. A lot of that I do feel has to do with the lack of memory resources that I have. If I had a lot more memory, it probably wouldn't wonk out so bad. It's probably just searching for more memory there. And the fact that it's not there, that's its response as far as to just wonk out like that. That's my only conclusion there. I can 100% probably bet that if I got myself some more RAM, I wouldn't have that problem. Especially while streaming it. So, okay, now we got this poly selected. Let's go ahead and quick planar that. Boom. And same thing. We'll go ahead and size us down into that area. Yeah, this is a very times it can be a very resource hungry type of program. It's all a matter of having the patience with it, though. I've had enough time with it to know what it's going to do, stuff like that or not, so. Okay. I'm just going to try and get these a little bit closer than when I had them. Alright, so let's get out of that one. And go to vertice. Grid snap. Easy. There we go. Yeah, the ones over here don't seem to be quite as bad as the ones closer to the grid. Don't make a liar out of me. Oh, there it goes again. Come on. You can do it. Alright, let's go ahead and turn the grid snap off. Bring it closer to that. Turn it back on. Oh, come on, you dirty son of a gun. Stop being like that. Okay, we're snapped there. There we go. Whoa, that immediately went there. Come on, baby. No, come down to Papa. There you go. Good deal. Whoa, what the freak? What'd you just do? Oh, that was crazy. I don't know what happened there. That was weird. Where the heck did you put me in here? Hello? There we go. Don't know what happened there. Okay, so did that put that where it needed to be? Where's that poly? Let's make sure let's reselect this poly. Yep, so I'll go to vertice. I think all those vertices are good then. Yep, that would snap there, snap there. We're all good, snap there. Cool. Let's check our work. So that's that side done. So again, we can observe all the mortar joints are all lined up, nice and squared. Just got this one other side to do. Marvelous. Okay, we're looking good. Looking good, man. Okay, now let's go ahead and select this poly, this face here. That's our last side. We'll do our quick planar map. Yeah, a lot to do, I guess, as far as just this little simple box, I'll tell you. It gave us some challenges today. It may necessarily go that much smoother for you. I think it just might have been on my end. Granted, it wouldn't necessarily take me an extra 3 hours, I guess, to be able to do this here. In most cases. I would have had to have done probably about half that time. Okay, so I got that close enough there. Let's go on to vertice. Still got the grid snaps on. Let's try this one here. Yep. Oh, come on, baby. There we go. I think once I can get it there, there we go. That's more like it. Yeah, that one there doesn't seem to be a problem. It's these ones on the outer edges the most. Yeah, actually that made a liar out of me. Cool. So now we got all those sides. Cool. So again, this is the side we did right here. We can monitor all of our joints. So we can see all those line up. So even if we, no matter, now this is just looking at through the orthographic perspective view here, so we can just the viewport. So we can go ahead and render this and just really see as far as how those all line up. Kind of cleans it up there a little bit. So we're good on lining that up. So that went pretty smoothly, with the exception, I guess, of the grid snapping being a little wonky, but cool. Now I think at this point, what I want to do is bring some of these pieces back in and kind of group these up here. I'm going to collapse all that UV mapping. We're all good to go there. Okay, so now that's UV map. We fixed all that on the roof of that, so we're good. So some of these other aspects here would still need to be tackled, I guess, as far as these metal doors and such like that. I'll probably save that for another time. I want to get back to that other building that we did the recess on the garage doors or whatever a little bit, at least anyway. We got this middle section at least done for that. So let's bring back those pieces. So I need to bring back these for sure. Whoops. Yeah, let's bring these back initially here. That's that. Let's bring these back a piece at a time here. Gotta remember all of those that I did hide. Was it these two? Yep, so that's that. Alright, that I did have grouped up with this here. Yeah, so I think what I want to do, excuse me, I still need to get that textured as well. I could probably do that. Yeah, so let me leave that open there. We'll get that textured next, I think. I just getting a feel for what I'm going to want to group together. But I don't want to group it together without it being completed, I guess, at this point. So, what else do I got in here? So that piece was that one that I undid there. I think that was just group 02 mid. So D is, I guess, yeah, that one's D. Okay. I just had to remind myself. So that's D. C. Alright. This was, I think this is 2C mid. That's what I wanted to remind myself. Okay. So I'll go ahead and hide that again. Yep, that's how we had that named. Okay, so this these walls on this here, take a look at that. That's all it is just the concrete type of poured concrete type of deal. So that's not like a specific pattern like the cinder block, so we could definitely use just the one for the concrete silo. Let me open this up here really quick. So the concrete tower, which would be this texture, you can use this one. Yeah, see, we got some doors that we can use on that. Okay, that'll be later. We're not going to worry about that right now, but that gives us options. So the concrete tower diffuse texture we can use on that, on this piece right here. That's what this is using here too. And just to confirm that that's what I am using on that, I can go into this object and do an unwrap for it, and it'll tell me which texture is applied to it. So I'll just apply the unwrap just to confirm what texture is on it. So if we open up the OpenUV edit, you can see the wireframe for that. If we bring in our texture, it's going to be that concrete tower 01 diffuse. That's this texture right there. Okay. So just to kind of confirm, at least anyway. Okay. So we can use this same texture on this one right here. So we're going to go ahead and apply. Now that we've confirmed that we don't need this open anymore, we'll go ahead and collapse it all. Yes. Okay. So on this here, we're going to go ahead and apply that concrete. I got most of these labels, so it should be pretty easy to discern here. Silos. Concrete 01 map. That's the one we want to use. And just to confirm, there it is. That's the texture we want to apply to that. Okay, so with that selected, we'll go ahead and apply it to that, and then we'll obviously need to map it. Now, that's on the outside walls, I believe. Yeah, should be on the outside wall, because there's the inside and outside walls on this. Yep, so we're going to do the outside walls first. Yep, that's just toggling the highlight in there to make sure that the polys are selected. You can see the red boundary on it there. That lets you know it's also selected. So again, this one doesn't have a particular pattern on it, as far as, you know, like the cinder blocks. So not going to be that much. Shouldn't be that difficult. So with that texture applied, we're going to go ahead with an unwrap and open up the editor for that wrap, and we're going to apply the texture. There's the texture, and then we want to select this poly for starters. Did I get it? Yep. So that's got that poly selected. There it is, and then we'll do a quick planer on that. And for now, we're going to go ahead and filter out the rest, and we're going to put this. Now again, I'm not considering doing any ambient occlusion on this, so it doesn't matter if there's other areas of this model that use the same area of the texture. So thinking what I'll do is put this right about now. If I really wanted to, in fact, I can, let me just size this up here really quick. I'm gonna go back to the unwrap of this thing here, and we can get an idea of where things are mapped based on this part of the model as far as this bigger tower. So let's go here, apply that unwrap to it again. So it's using the same texture. Okay, so we're gonna go open UV. So I already had it. So you can see how we've got the, I got this map on the tower sections here, so we're not using anything over here. So just to kind of keep it somewhat clean, I guess, in the wire mesh of this. Now granted, there's other pieces of this complex that are using this probably, but at least for this tower here, it's not. So where I've got it mapped on the other piece that I'm trying to model is right over where this is. So if I want to put it over here, it might behoove me to want to do that. Probably not a big deal. So I probably want to include this business here as far as the tar strip that's on the bottom of it. I don't know if it, let me check our picture reference, see if it does have that. Yeah, so it's got this tar strip that's on the bottom. I noticed the cinder block's got that too. That might be something else I'll have to address later on. I don't have a texture that has the tar on the cinder block. I do obviously on the poured cement, but not the cinder block. But yeah, so you can see that right there. Okay, so that's what I want to take into consideration as far as applying that to this here. So let's go back into that. Yeah, so we're going to want this tar piece basically to follow through, I guess, on this this part of the model as well. So it keeps it all uniform. Okay. Okay, select that poly again. Open new edit. Alright, we're going to put it over here though. And then I don't know if that's going to be enough. Let's see what we got here. We might have to bring this down so that that brings that further up the wall as far as the scale of it. Yeah, so it looks like here. Okay. Let's see if I can get this all in the picture here. So what we basically want to do is get this to line up with that there. So we can get this close on here. Once we get this side and get that lined up with this part of it, the model, we can better line this front piece up. So we can just kind of eyeball it for now. So we'll probably have to bring this down. See, that's how it's stretching that up. I'm just going to kind of eyeball it for now, like I said. Get that scaled up. Okay, now let's get this side. Do a quick planer on that. And again, I'm filtering out all the pieces that aren't selected for good reason for now. So I'm going to put this right over top of where that. And just for clarity, let's undo this here because we can see where that's at. Now we probably don't really need to grid snap this. It's not probably that important. It's not as critical as the cinder block. But see, now we can get a better idea of where that's going to need to come down to. Get that lined up like so. Okay. Let's see what we got here. How good do we line up here? Might behoove us to render it just to kind of see. Let's do a quick more render of that and see what that looks like. Yeah, so it needs to go a little bit more down. Okay. So let's go back into our edit. Need to go this way. Oops, we don't have it all the way to the bottom here either. Let's do that. Okay, I think that should work. Let's do render. That's actually not half bad right there. That's pretty decent. Okay, so it's this way. Now we can fix this front side. Okay. Scale this up. Now, if we really wanted to, you could probably go ahead and grid snap it now that this is set. That way you know for sure. But I think we can get it pretty close just by... Actually, this looks like this has got to go up a little bit. Okay, so we're going to have to exaggerate that a little bit. Get that to line up here. It's interesting, I'm not sure why. That should be all even. Huh. Well, we gotta get it to line up here, so. Something like that. Let's render that really quick. Oh man, we got some gaps in there, so we'll have to fix up. So we're probably overhanging here. Yep. That might be another reason why it wasn't lining up there. We gotta get this to this edge here. And then on this side, oh, yep, I can see why it's doing that now. Oh, the same thing goes on both of these, looks like. Okay, so let's reselect this. Let's bring this over. There we go. Let's make sure we didn't screw that up over here. Oh, yep, screwed that up a little bit. Got that out of line there. Whoops, yay. I didn't have it lined up properly on the bottom. I guess that's what kind of screwed it up. Let's render that real quick. That looks pretty good. I can deal with that. Okay, let's get the front side here again. Yeah, now we should be able to line this up about the same here. As long as we got these, and again, that's where the grid snapping may come into handy here to make sure we got it perfectly lined up. You want to do that. Might just go ahead and do that. See how close I can get it, just kind of eyeballing it here. Kind of curious how close I can get it. That's actually not half bad. Let's render that. That's pretty doggone good if you ask me. Nice and uniform all the way across that. Okay. Now we just got this one other side to get. So get that lined up on this piece as well as the front. So it's like that. Zoom that out. Quick planer. Side. Sure what side that is. We'll have to check that out. Should only have 3 sides on that. I don't know if I got something on the inside. I don't remember. Okay. Alright, how are we looking so far? Not too jabby. This is all without grid snapping. See how that's lining up right there. Just kind of showing the difference between the importance of, if you want to get your mortar joints, the kind of cinder block to line up, or have a little bit more randomness, you can definitely just not do the grid snap and still get it pretty doggone close. So that all lines up there now. Okay, so that's all the outside walls for that piece. Now I got the inside walls. Now, the inside walls will probably do much the same. Now, if I really wanted to, I could take... Oh, maybe that's what that is there. I gotta find out what this, what is this piece here? Not sure what that is. Oh, that must be the jam. Yeah, let me do that. Yeah, that's the jam pieces here. So yeah, we'll probably want to do the same thing on that, because we'll probably want that tar piece on the bottom here to line up with that too. As far as that door jam for it. Yeah, so we'll do these one at a time here. Let's do this one. Yep. We'll do a quick planer on that. Gives us that orientation. And we'll go... We'll kind of put these roughly where they should go. As far as next to the jams here, like that. That should give us, okay, let's take the highlight off there so we can see that top of the tire line right there. Alright, let's see if I can get this in the picture here. There we go. Now, it probably doesn't matter if I put it right up against here or not, just as long as it's in the constraint of what we got this outline for the opening of the garage door. You can see we can get that line up pretty close like that. And this is all without grid snapping, mind you. Okay, let's do a render. Yep, so now we got that tower line is actually on the jamb of that door. Cool. And we do the other side. Okay. We do our quick planer. Size it up here. I'm going to size it up to this one here already made. Okay, now I'm going to shift drag this all the way over to the side. This kind of gave me some clarity as far as when I look at the wire map for this. I know which side is which as far as how I've mapped each of these. So that should line up on this side now. There we go, so we got that. Just always got to do the top of the jamb. That piece. There it is right there. Do our quick planer. And just get her scaled up. Put that right on the top of that over here. Just keeping them in the proximity of where they would actually be represented on the model. So that way, again, when you're looking at the render or the wireframe of this, if I was to spit that out, that would make more sense. As far as where that's being represented. I think we'll put it on this side here. So we'll do it like this. That should be good. Cool. Alright, now we should have that rendered. Cool. Well, that's mapped. So all of our jam is mapped. So let's do a quick little render here. Marvelous. So that's all rendered now. So the only thing we got left is the inside here. Now I know I've had that playing as far as the... I haven't heard anybody mention as far as wanting to play Stream Raiders, so... Probably getting a little bit late on that anyway, so if we don't play Stream Raiders, that's perfectly fine. Alright, so I'm just looking to see... What else we got? I think all this part here is all mapped now on the assault side. Now the inside is a separate piece. So let's select that. We'll apply that same texture. Yep, this concrete tower 01. Let's go ahead and apply that, and we'll get that mapped. Okay. Now this should be pretty simple because it's all just going to be much the same way as we did on the outside. And we'll probably put those in the same location on the, as far as the UV mapping of it, in the same location as we did as the outside. That should work just fine. Okay, with the texture applied, we want to do unwrap. Open up the editor, bring in our texture. There's all our pieces. And what do we want to start with here? I think we'll do this wall. Start with that first. We'll do our quick planer. Filter out the rest. Now, roughly this same area of the texture that we put the outside walls, we'll put the inside walls on. Like this. So we'll put it right over in the same area. Okay. Okay, so we need to bring that down more, obviously. I think once I get this all collapsed down, I'll be able to look at this wire frame with this all collapsed down. I can adjust from there as far as like how far away I am from the outside walls, because there's no way for me to, without collapsing it, to get the wire frame for that. So I'm just gonna get this loosely lined up this way, and I can adjust and clean it up if I need to once I get it all collapsed down after it's, yeah. Looks like a 2 for 3. Not complaining. Okay, really. 2 for 3 is not bad. That's not too bad right there. Can dig that. Yeah, we shouldn't be too far off with that. We're doing alright. Okay, the bites. Alright, so now let's get this front. Yep. Do our quick planer. Now again, if you ever want to remember, as far as to recall what area of the texture you're working with, you can always unfilter. That gives you a little bit of an idea. It's actually pretty darn good for just a first rough layout there. Dang, alright. Zoom in a little bit more here. This is all grid snapping. I'm just kind of free laying this down. Just by zooming in and out, in and out on it. Okay, that should line up pretty good. Let's render that real quick. Pretty darn good. I like it. I like that little bit of a randomness too, because when you're laying tar on it, it's not necessarily going to be a straight line all the way across. If you paint that stuff on there, it gets kind of sloppy. So with having a little bit of randomness there, and not necessarily 100% grid snapping it, I think it gives a little bit of randomness there. Personal opinion on it, I suppose. Yeah, even so much as right there. Let's render that again. Yep. Looking pretty good so far. We still got to render that other wall on the inside, and then the roof ceiling of it. Okay, so let's get this. Let's do our quick planer. And then that should be the ceiling. It's the only poly we got left. Okay. Whoa, got a little bit of skewing here. What's up with that? That's weird. I wonder if that's not straight. Okay. Let's see if we can fix that. Yeah, so we got this, huh. Interesting. Let's move this one here manually. Yeah, one on a skew there, it looks like a little bit. Okay, let's see how we look on that. Let's render that. It's pretty good to me. Over here. Beautiful. Cute. The only thing we got left is the ceiling. That'll be pretty simple. Now, we probably want to follow this same texture here, I guess, for the ceiling, for the roof, I mean, as opposed to making it the concrete there. That way it all matches there. It's kind of the same thing I did on this inner pit here too. You can see that ceiling. Do the same. So select that poly and quick planar, and we want to put that over in this area, but I want to look at this other tower here and see where I got the rest of these walls mapped. So let's go back into this one here, and those are mapped, so you can see where all those are mapped. I can put that roughly in the same spot or below it. I guess it doesn't really matter. Like I said, once I get this all collapsed down, at the end of the day I'll be able to come back in here and clean up the wireframe, so that if I got too much overlap, if it's just kind of helter-skelter there, I can kind of clean it up and put them, more closer together or what have you, but just to get an idea of where that's at and be aware of that. So nope, don't need to touch that, so we need to go on this. Go to poly, poly, edit, so right there. So yeah, we're pretty close to where we want to be in comparison, so right about here, something like that. That should work. Cool. Well, it's all mapped. Entire thing is all mapped. So now if we render it in totality, I guess as far as between that piece and this piece, get a sense of what we look like here. There it goes. Do a couple different perspectives here. Let's try it like this. Get some more of that cinder block detail into that. That turned out pretty good. I'm happy with it. Cool. So now we can collapse this all into like one piece here. This is going to be that that group C 2C mid, as I was talking about earlier. I'm going to go ahead and collapse this mapping down. We're all good to go there. So we got this piece, that roof, this. We can actually take the mapping down on this. We only needed that for reference. That roof. Okay. So all these pieces here, let's go into my... So we got 0. We want to make this 0, 2. Let's bring that out here real quick. I want to take the name of this. And I want to highlight all the pieces here I want to group at this point. Right there. So do group. And I want to name it 02C mid. Boom. So now we got group 02C and 2C mid. That's what I had that one done there. So those are done for now. So we'll go ahead and hide that. Oh shoot, did I not select? What? Oh, I forgot to do the inside. My bad. I screwed up. So that's the inside pieces that I forgot to select those. No problem. Let's bring that back. We can fix that. 2C mid. Let's ungroup that again. Okay. Now I should still have... Alright, so we should need 84. Yep. That's that inside piece there. And then also 199. Yep. That's the inside of that there. So that should be all of it now. Cool. Group. And should still have that in there. Cool. And then let's do mid. Boom. Now we can hide it. Ah, crap. I hid. No, that's not what I wanted to do. I wanted to hide selected. There we go. Now that's all of it. Cool. Now we only got this piece left here for that, which I'll probably include that with this piece here once I get that done. I'm going to focus a little bit now on that one. Just needs to be textured for the most part. That building's pretty much already done. Wait, where'd the rest of my stuff go? Oh, I guess I did unhide that. So we've got to bring back that grain dryer building, which is this one here. Now the 2, I just want to verify. What's the building 2? That's that one. Okay. Not sure why I named it that way, but that's fine. So what I want to focus on here, now we'll go back to this. We did do that recess a lot earlier, part of the stream, as far as to put that recess in here. Now, what I want to do probably, I think I am just going to go ahead and collapse this all as one piece again. Now that we got that recess into the garage door, and then just go from there. Yep. So right now we've got this one that's separate, so I'll hide that, which is oh, okay, I see what it did. So I named this one. Okay, I did. Okay. I had to remember what I did there, so I named this as a 2, so I knew that went with it when I looked at my list. So I can hide this. See, I got the openings in there with that recess and that door jamb. So I'll bring back building 2. So these 2 pieces here will serve as the door. So we got all those pieces to be able to texture those, so we can easily collapse that all down in one piece again and still be able to texture that without too much of an issue. Alright, so let's take these 2, collapse that back down. Um, so collapse selected. One thing I do want to remember to do at some point here, when I want to export this out to whatever it is I want to put it into, most cases like Farm Sim 19, I'm going to have to make sure to ungroup it so that I can reset the X forms for all those pieces that I added the roof to, and detach this and so on, so I can make sure that that X form stays uniform. Anytime you do manipulate your model, you want to make sure that you're resetting that X form so that it puts it back into, in most cases it'll put it on a wonk, as I've shown plenty of times before. It's very important, I guess, to do that, because if you don't do that, a lot of times what'll happen, you might go ahead and center up your pivots, and it might be set to 0 and all that stuff as far as to be square in that fashion, but then you'll find out it's going to be off by that slight bit because the X form didn't get reset to, you know, conform to the shape of your model. You'll find that, you know, it'll be pretty obvious, I guess, first when you try to port it into such things like the Giants editor, be able to do so. So the easy correction for that is just to make sure you're resetting your X form, and I've shown how to do that before. So at some point I'm gonna have to remember to have to do that before I export these pieces out. Alright, so that's all collapsed together, and it kept that name as far as that first initial piece that I selected. I've shown that before too, as far as like that's what determines what the name of your shape is gonna be, based on that first selection. So that's just another fair mention. Ooh, 92. Nice. Going for another 2 for 3. That's two so far. You gonna push your luck? Lady is getting pretty lucky on that stuff. Alright, so we got this also collapsed down. So first thing I want to do is actually affect the pivot and center it. You can see that shifted a little bit. And just for the sake of argument there, like I mentioned, I'm going to go ahead and reset the X form on this piece before I start texturing it. That doesn't really matter if I reset the texture, you know, the X form to texture it. I just want to eliminate. I'll have to go back to those other models that I grouped as the only point that I wanted to make to reset the X forms before I export it out, port it out, I guess, to whatever it is I want it to. It is all. So reset the X form, reset selected, and as long as we're seeing this type of conformity and it's not like out of shape, you know, like these corners or whatever are kind of shifted, this is basically what you want to see as far as resetting the X form. So as long as you get that, then you know it's square, you know it's good. When you see it out of wonk, you know, as far as the fact that these corners are shifted, you know, like not squared up like I said, like you see here, that's what's going to cause that that lack of being able to line it up, even though you zero out your and center your pivot. Without that X form being made reset like that, it's going to throw that center point off. So that's the two things you want to try to do, especially if you're doing major edits to the model. As you do that, that wasn't really too major as far as me to recess these doorways, but if you do something a little bit more drastic, it could definitely throw this X form out of whack. But it does, it doesn't hurt at all, I guess, as far as if you're editing your model to any degree, be able to apply that reset of X form just to ensure that it's perfectly square and it's all within the proper conformity. So now that we've confirmed that that's good to go, we can just collapse that down like so, and that's all good to go. And then I'm going to put this back into an editable poly. We're not going to be editing it there anymore. We're just going to go ahead and texture it. Now we're going to use, for this model, this piece of it anyway, we're going to use this texture. We've established this texture to be able to use for it. And I think there is some cinder block in this. Gotta go over to our picture reference here. Oh, wrong way. So on this piece, yeah, we do have some gray colored cinder blocks on this portion here. So I can zoom in on it because you got cinder block here and it's got more of a sheet metal up above it. So on the bottom half, at least anyway, I want to have concrete. I think I do got this split up. You may need to create this line as far as how far we want that concrete to go up. So it's a little bit more than halfway up, I want to say. If we go by the top of the door, that's probably a good, if I had to guess, maybe a good 6 feet or so. The top of this door is about 8. So it's about 2 feet less, roughly, I guess, as far as from the top of the door to this line. So that might be something we want to get established before we apply our texture to it. Particularly maybe just in a Boolean cut with like a simple plane to be able to create that line. That could be easily done. Oops, like the stream's crapping out a little bit. Stay with the stream. I think with that being said too, I'm going to go ahead and save this again with our progress. Just to make sure. I know I do have that autosave more than likely, but I'm not sure when that did. It doesn't really tell me as far as when it did. It's supposed to be saving like every 20 minutes or so, but just to kind of ensure. Okay, so what we want to do is create a plane and get this distance here. Like I said, from what I remember how I set this up here, this should be 8 foot. It should be a representative of 8 foot, the top of that door. So I guess the way we can confirm this, we'll create a plane like so. I didn't want to do that. Hold on. I want to take away some of the we don't need all these segments in it. Let's just change this to a 1. Whoops. Gosh darn it. 1. There we go. Alright. Let's do it like this. Then I'll take this plane and actually rotate it up 90 degrees. Get her stood up. Degrees straight up. Cool. Now, I want to put the pivot on the very bottom of this. So we do effect pivot, and I want to snap that to that edge. It doesn't matter anywhere on that edge. Okay, now I'll zero that out. Now I know that's at 0. Now from here I can actually size this up to the proper height. So I haven't changed this, still in this modifier first to be able to adjust the height of this. So to get 8 foot, for example, go back into our deal here. We want to get 8 foot. So that's this value in meters. Copy that. And we'll put that on the Z. That's not gonna. So this, where I got the pivot at, if I adjust it at this point, it's just gonna move it up that much. So no, I want to go by vertex. You know what? I don't even need to. Now that I think of this, I can just go do it this way. What the heck was I thinking? Let's go ahead and convert this to an edible poly. I got an idea. There's definitely a couple different ways you can go about this, but I think we can definitely switch this to edible poly. Now on this vertex for that, to get that to 8 foot, now they got this at 0. All I got to do is set that at that value that I just figured out here. So this is what we need our Z to be on those top verts of this piece here for our ruler. So just copy that, make sure we copied that. Alright, so go into the vertexes of these. Now let's convert to poly, edible poly. Select those two there. Paste that value for 8 foot. Like so, and that's 8 foot tall. Okay, now we can line this up with that door, and we can confirm that that's what that's set to, and then use this as a guide. We'll turn this 90 degrees this way. There we go. Now, just to confirm, and I might be off. If I'm off, then I'm off, but I was pretty sure I put this at 8 foot. Let's see here. It's hard to tell because it's all the same color. Nope, I definitely got that taller than 8 foot, so I must have put it at 10. So I did this at 10 foot, just by looking at this. It's kind of hard to see. Let me see if I can highlight the poly on this. So you can see where, here, let me make this here a different color. That'll help. Let's go over here and apply this color. Yeah, we'll just give it some contrast. So give the ruler some contrast. Then we'll go into here. Now you can see, so I made this doorway 10 foot. That's what I remember now. So this ruler is representative of 8 foot. So I got the height of this door at 10 foot. So probably that distance, going back to our reference here, this is probably 8 foot. So this being 10 foot, this is probably 8 foot. So if we take this and move it up to there. Now, just to ensure, let's get the, so we still got the pivot on this ruler set there, right? So what we can do is get the Z on this vert, copy that, and then move this to what we copied there. That'll put the bottom edge of this ruler to the top of that door. Okay, so now we're got the ruler even with the top of that door. So if that's where we can necessarily put that line, that definitive line for where our concrete stops, we could go that way. Okay, let me see if I can. Let's go this way. Let's move it in a little bit more. Okay. So again, the bottom edge of this ruler is to the top of that door right here. All right, we confirm that. So this would be the potential for where our, now to get an even better idea of this here, let's rotate this ruler. Now we got the contrast in it anyway. Let's rotate it 90 degrees this way. Oh shoot, thought I put it on. I thought I had the snap on. What the heck? My bad. Wonder why it wasn't snapping. Okay, there we go. 90 degrees that way. Now if we put this in like so, you can get somewhat of where that line's going to be on this edge. Not up here, but down here. Actually, no, I'm sorry. It would be up here. Slide it over this way. That would give us an idea of where that line would start for the sheet metal. So again, if we go like this, you can see the contrast in the ruler. So that would be the line where the concrete would end and the sheetrock would start, or the sheet metal would start. Back in a few, you got to start. And plug her in. Oh, getting pretty chilly over there, huh? Yeah, so that's probably not too bad right there as far as how much room you got left here to that. Let's look at our picture reference. You can see how much we got here. We could probably go down a little bit. Yeah. I think we could probably go down just a tad because we got about maybe 5 foot here. So that may be closer to 6 foot between here and here. Right now this is representative of 8 foot on our ruler. Okay, so we can probably bring these two verts here on the ruler. Let's grab this one. We only got the 2 points. And let's make this representative of 6 foot. So let's get 6 foot here. Let's type in 6 foot. So we got this value, so we'll bring our verts to that level. see how that looks. So put that on the Z. What the frick are you doing? Why did it do that? Shouldn't have done that. Hello? Why did it do that? Let's try that again. It should have brought those down to, oh, I know why. Wait, is our pivot not at that same point here? Hold on. Yeah, the pivot's still down there. Ah. That should have worked in theory. Okay, we're gonna have to subtract off. Okay, so if this value, okay, hold on. We might just have to do a subtraction on this one. Whoops, my bad. That's not what I wanted. Here is representative of 6 foot. Alright, so we need to get it. Yeah, because we don't have... Here, let me put that back to 0 real quick. On this. Yeah. Let's move this back down to 0. I think that's what's screwing it up. Let's do it this way. Yep, I think that's what it is. We'll put that back to 0 real quick. And then we should be able to put that value in there. Let's see here. So let's copy this again. Always move that back up. Paste this to the 0. Z. There. Now that's representative of 6 foot. Then we can move. Again, we'll get this vertice here. So get that Z. And put that ruler back up to that point. Yep. So that is. So that's the top of the. So that's at the top of the door. So now that will be there. That looks more representative of where our line should be. I like that better. So from here, what I'll do is move the pivot to that line. We want to keep it at that point. So I don't want to move it there. So let's move our pivot and play some magic here. So let's do effect pivot, and then we're going to put edge snaps on. Snap it to this edge, and doesn't really matter where, just as long as it's on that edge. Then I'm going to do on that pivot, rotate this 90 degrees and do a 90-degree snap this way. Like so. And then what I can do is resize this piece to make a Boolean cut to go all the way through on both sides here. Just like cut it like a block of cheese. So that's where I want my line to be as far as that. So yeah, now I want to make this. Let's grab these vertices here. So this is the 2 points. Come on. Give me the paint it, dummy. Oh, I know why. There we go. Let's get those painted, and then we're gonna just make it go all the way through here. Cool. Now, just to make sure, this as long as it's protruding out, so the fact that we got this contrast there, as long as we're all the way through this. Oh crap! Forgot to deselect the vertices there. There we go. Alrighty then. So get off of that. I want to make sure there's enough protruding out from the model there so to make a clean cut all the way through that. So this is going to be our cutter to be able to make that line. Okay, so the way we go about this, we got a tutorial on this as far as how to do this. I always sometimes have to remind myself on how to do this sometimes. But you want to select your piece that you want to cut, and then your operand B is going to be the piece that you're cutting with. So in this case here, what I got selected is what we want to cut. This is going to be our operand B. So we go into create, compound, boolean. Okay, now we got the boolean here. We want to do a cut refine like so, and then pick our operand B, which is going to be this piece. No, there is no material to it, it's just a color, so I'm not going to worry about that. So I'm just going to do no, and there's our cut. Now if we had a material on it, we wouldn't get that in most cases. So hey, how we doing there? Worst case in Ontario. How we doing? What's happening? What's happening? We are just doing a little bit of 3D modeling here. We're in the process here of creating a representation of this building. So what I just did there, from we missed there, I created this line here as far as where our concrete ends and our sheet metal starts by performing a boolean cut around here. So what that's going to do is it's going to give us a more definitive line to use as far as the texture map that cinder block no further, I guess, than that line, and be able to put sheetrock, or not sheetrock, but sheet metal, I guess, above that line. And then we already got our doors established and all that stuff too, so that gives us some good working point here for that. Cool. Alrighty then, we don't need the boolean anymore on that, so we're going to go ahead and reconvert this back to an editable poly. Okay, and then from here we can be able to apply our texture that we're going to use and start UV mapping it. Now there is some other aspects to this here that has, you got a little bit of a lip here, I guess, for the roof line, stuff like that. We can always apply that after the fact. We don't need to get too technical with that for now, but just to kind of keep in mind as far as like what we can potentially add to the detail of this model down the road, to include such things as like these power lines and all that good stuff. For now, we're just trying to get the main structure built before we get into that. Alright, so with all that being said and done, we're going to apply the texture. So we want our material, and we want to use this material right here. Yep, that is going to be our material choice for texturing. So we'll go ahead and apply it to our building like so. It's going to look a little wonky, and that's normal. We got to be able to texture map it, unwrap the UVs, whatever, so we can texture this properly. Now we got all our lines defined here, we can definitely make that determination for that. So now probably some adjustment I'll make to this texture is to put some type of door into this to define that. So I could probably use this area to put that in there, so I can probably borrow that from this texture that we used in another part of the model to put that over here, so you can define those doors that are on this part. So that's some adjustment you can make to the texture, at least anyway. And I've got this all in layers to be able to do that. I can take from this one and bring it over. We'll get to that point soon enough. Alright, so let's go ahead and apply. With the texture applied there, we'll go and unwrap. Go into our UV editor here, UVW editor, apply our texture, and start selecting some faces here. Okay, let's get some clarity here. So we got, I'm going to select all this here for our concrete. Going to leave the doors out of it. I'm going to leave the jam out of it too. I'm just going to select everything but the door, polys, and the jam. So this is all going to be cinder block, I should say. Now that we've created that hard line, I guess, as far as where that ends. Okay, so if you look in here, you can see all that selected here. So we're going to filter out what we got selected. And I'm half tempted to not even go ahead and do a planar map on this, but let's see what happens here. If we do a planar map, that'll actually work just like that. Yep, that's perfect. Okay, so we're going to get this sized up in our cinder block right over in this part of the texture. Like so. Alright, what we're going to have to do so that we can get this reasonably scaled to get the cinder block the right size, we got our sample piece for our cinder block right over here. Let's get out of this for a second. Select that. Come on. There we go. We got to bring our cinder block over here so we can get this sized up. So this is sized up to a standard cinder block. This is all to scale, I guess, as far as this is how we want to scale our texture for our cinder block. So we want to rotate this 90 degrees on that. So we'll do an angle snap. Bring it this way. There we go. Now we can get this texture scaled to that cinder block. I'm going to line it up with the corner of this door jamb. There we go. Now it's just a matter of scaling it. So let's go into back into here. UV edit. Let's go back into polys. Now let's see if I can get this all in the picture here so you can see what's going on here. So what we're trying to do here is scale that texture to that properly scaled cinder block sample. Get these mortar joints lined up with the edges of that sample. Okay. Something like that. That should be okay. That's the half block right there. Okay, I got it. I see what it's doing. So this would be the half block. So I want to scale it up. Yeah, okay. Never mind. I know what I gotta do here. Number one, let's get this lined up here. Yeah, see, that's gonna be the half block, not the full block. Go back into this. Oops, get out of that for a second. So this is going to be a full block right here. So let's line that up there. Back into that. Trying to get this all in the picture because you don't see what's going on here. There we go. Wait a minute, what'd you just select there? Oh, it only did that one piece there. Hold on, gotta reselect all this again. Let's put the signers to make sure we got everything. There we go. Okay. So I guess we are going to have to bring that down. Actually up this way. There we go. Just gotta go this way. Alright, I see how you're gonna be. I should have left it on the corner of that door. I was trying to get it lined up with that, and that's set myself up for failure there. Let's put that back on the corner of that jam there. Should have went with my original plan there. There we go. That's going to give me a true reference as far as the edge of that. So as long as I'm lining up the texture with these two edges here, that should be good to go. Oh, did we burn through that again? We did. There we go. Alright, here we go. Back into there. Yep, not to reselect those panels. This is another good reason why I tend to keep the polys down to a minimum. We don't have a lot of slivers into it. So like keeping the boolean cuts and for making openings or whatever to a minimum. This definitely helps this process when you're trying to map it. You don't have a whole bunch of little slivers of textures, I guess, to be able to select that. I might be able to keep this highlight actually opened up here. You can still see the mortar joints or whatever. That's our main concern there. That's what we're trying to get lined up here with our sample cinder block here. So let's just do it that way. I think that should work just fine. Alright, how much further do we need to go? Uh-oh, don't tell me we're going to run out of room. Uh-oh, here we are. The scaling of this thing is going to be... Yikes. Okay, so we're going to probably have to establish... We're really going to have to make some adjustments to this texture then. So we're running out of room to be able to scale this properly. Uh-oh. Don't die on me, stream. Dropping some frames there a little bit. I'll let that settle down. Okay, I think we're alright. Yeah, so already off the bat here, I'm already seeing the effect that I'm going to have to make adjustment to this texture so we got room to be able to scale this properly. So I'm running out of room here. It's already going over into this section. Yep. So we probably won't need this color of cinder block. We mostly have got this... going back to our picture reference here. So either we go, let me see here, looking at our texture a little bit closer, we can see we can either go with this one or that one there. So what I might do is just take this all the way straight across here with this color, so that way we've got more room, and we might also need room towards going this direction as well. That's an adjustment I think we're going to need to make on the texture, which we can do, because it looks like we need that room. We ran out of room going this way, so we're going to need to be about there, and about there. So yep. So that gives me some idea how much I need to adjust the texture without taking the approach, I guess, as far as to getting the UV unwrap. I can still do that if I wanted to. I can take this UV unwrap out of this. In fact, I'll go through the motions of that. So with this laid out like this, I can definitely get an idea of what I need to adjust the texture to based on what we need here for the proper scale, which is going to be right about there. And the way I'm going about this is, you can see the mortar joint. Actually, I need to go a little bit more on that. But you can see that mortar joint right there as far as to line up with our sample block piece, which is already to scale. I need to move that over just a little bit more though, actually. Something right about there. Okay. Yep, that's closer right there. So that mortar joint's right lined up with that sample block, as well as on the top and that side. That should be where we need to be. And then we got our half block there, yeah. Yep, that should be good all the way through there. Okay, so what we'll do is take and spit out this wireframe so we can adjust our texture properly. So let's go to Tools, Render UV Template, and we want, I think I got this at a 2048. Oh, so let me double check our texture. Yeah, 2048 by 2048. Just to confirm. So go to Tools, Render UV Template. You want to set this to 2048 by 2048. Render that. That's going to put it over on this screen. Alright, so I'll be able to, it doesn't look like much here, but once I spit that out, it'll make more sense. So we'll go save that. Let me think here. Yeah, I'll spit it right there. So we want to make this into a PNG. And we're just going to name it wire. Doesn't really matter the name of it. And we want the alpha channel in it at RGB 24-bit. Definitely with the alpha channel too. Okay, close that. That should be, let's open that up. Right here. So that saved that right there. Now, can't really see it all that well. Let me put a background image in there. I'll show you. This looks like here. Let's add another layer. Let's bring, I don't know. Let's try black. Do it like that. Dip below 0. Yeah, you can keep that mess. Just all good to go now. That's good to hear, but yeah. You can keep that cold to yourself. Alright, so if I zoom in on this a little bit, you can kind of see that wireframe like this. See, there's the wireframe of that. This is what we use to be able to adjust our texture. Alright, so with that, at that point, let's go ahead and this part. We gotta apply some alignment blocks here so we can get it in the proper position in our texture. That'll work. Copy that. Now what we'll do is we'll bring this to the very top layer here. We'll do paste, new layer. Now that wireframe is in here. Now we can tell where we need to adjust our texture. Yep, so that's how much we need to make up for yeah. So just to kind of show the clarity on this one here, you can see that same, if I turn the highlight off of here, you can see how much it's going into that part of the texture. This is representative of that wireframe that I just brought into the texture here. So we got all this gray strip on the top, and we're that much into the white. So that's how much we need to adjust so it's all the same color all the way through. It's going to be cold all week. Yikes. Yikes. Alright, so let's adjust our texture based on our wireframe here. So, where do I got this concrete? That's our gray blocks. concrete block. So that's in this layer. So we're going to go into that layer. Let's copy that. So we'll go ahead and edit, copy that. And then do an edit paste. New selection. And I'm just gonna butt it right up to this. I think we're going to be a little bit short there. I guess that's okay though. We don't need to go over that far, so that's fine. As long as we're covering the end of that wire frame, we should be alright. Good deal. Alright, so now we just got to go up above that. So again, we still got to cover from here to here on that. So in that same layer, I'm going to do an edit paste, new selection, and go up this way. Now I'll be able to adjust this text, this layer. It's all in one layer. I can adjust it down so it only accommodates that texture. Oh, the wireframe, I should say. That's if I care to want to have to do that. I think that should work right there. Yeah, so just as long as the mortar joints are lined up, we should be alright. So we got that mortar joint is lined up right with that wire line right there. So we could probably give it a little bit of a buffer on that. We'll just cut this part of the, whoops, that part, gosh darn it. We'll go one mortar joint up, I guess from that, and we'll cut that off. Let's go from here up to here. I'll just chunk that out. Okay. And we've got that little bit more over there. What the? There. So I got that all in one layer. Like so, and we can do the same thing on this end. Take it all the way over. There we go. So now at least we're covering what we need for that part of the texture anyway. Whoa! Torch coming in with... Why are you yelling, Torch? Oh, did I miss it there? Oh, you got 73 extracted. Ouch. See? Bot's starting to say, okay, I've had enough of you. He gets that way sometimes. You gotta be careful. Gotta watch him. Oh, you know what? I still need some here. No problem. Continue to adjust that. So we got this part of the wire here. We still need that covered. No problem. Let's, oh, shoot. I didn't take it all the way over either. No problem. No problem. Let's see here. Definitely have to fix that other end too. So let's do copy that. Selection, cool. It was just a matter of lining up the mortar joint. That's about all. Okay. Cool. Just to kind of chunk some of that out there. We don't need all that. There we go. So as long as we're covering our wire there, that's all I need to do. Hello? Why are you not selecting? There it goes. I don't know what the heck that was all about, but okay. Paste this new selection. About like that. Cool. Alrighty then. So probably don't really need that wire. Once I get the wire completely done, I'll go ahead and redo that. So for now, I'll go ahead and just turn that one off, and then do layers, merge all flatten, and then save that as a new texture. File, save as. Why? Oh my goodness. Stop. Save as. We need to put this into our directory here for that. So go here. Nuts. I forgot what I gotta check my directory for that. So doing my material. That is in. I just had to verify where I had that texture saved is all. Maps. Okay, I think I see it now. Okay, cool. Let's go. File. And make sure I'm saving to the right spot is all. So it's in here. Textures. Grain dryer. And that means to say this is a DDS. And it's going to be this texture. Say what? Oh, don't give me this garbage. I've been having this problem with the DDS save. You're killing me, Smalls. It's gonna make me use Photoshop. You son of a gun anyway. Alright, hold on a second. Don't know why it's doing that. It's been goofing up like that lately. So probably made that. Did it save that at all? Completely deleted it. Unbelievable. You dirty, rotten thing, you. Yeah, completely deleted it. Beautiful. Okay, so what I'll have to do... I don't know why it's doing that. That's super irritating, though. It's done that to me before as far as my DDS plug. As far as in Paint Shop here. It gives me that error and then it completely deletes my texture. That's super frustrating. Okay, so I gotta save this first. Dang it. I didn't really want to have to use Photoshop, but okay. It's gonna be that way. Save over this. I'll have to close all this out. Open up Photoshop. Wish I knew what the heck was causing that as far as that, because the fact that it completely deletes the texture after I get that error, that's such garbage. Yeah, so that texture for that is should be the same name as my layer template here. This grain dryer building diffuse, it completely deleted it. It would be right in here. gone. It's like dirty, rotten thing. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I need to open this with Photoshop, which I didn't want to have to use. I don't have as much problem with the DDS plug as I have been with Photoshop lately. All the more reason it's probably coming to that conclusion where it's probably where I need to bring this thing to a close. When I start having issues like this, it's just my system's way of saying, yep, you're done for the night. Alright, so that's that wire, so this is making sure I got the right one. So let's do layer, flatten image, yep, file, save as, so same thing. Now if I get that error, I guess doing it this way, I'm really going to be mad. Let's see, DDS. Yeah, this is with the dialogue I shouldn't get. And the fact that I didn't get it, that's alright, so I need to do DTX1 and generate mapmaps. That should at least recreate my image here. So now that should put that. Let's double check it. Yep, there it is right there. Yeah. Okay, so there's our texture. Now we should be able to go back into Max here. Yeah, it's going to make it white. I'm going to have to get it to reload. Yeah, let's do reload. And there's our texture. Cool. So now we've covered up all those areas. You can remember all the areas we had that were gray, and we still had some of the white. So now that's all been corrected. Cool. Alright, so at least I didn't have that issue in Photoshop. I just didn't wish to have to use Photoshop. So, alright, so we got that done. That's all scaled in to the size of our sample block. Now we can move on to the next side. Now I'm probably not going to need all this polys on this side. Most of that isn't going to be visible in the model. As you can see how this kind of leans up against these towers. I'll kind of bring those in here just to kind of show. I may or may not need to do that. I'm not sure yet. But I do have the cut going all the way through if I do decide to keep that. Or just chunk those out, I'm not sure. But for now, what I'll do is I'll do this side because we know that is visible. That would be this side, as far as where all this detail is over in here. So we'll work on that a little bit. So we need this poly. Let's make sure we got that poly all the way across. Okay, so we will go into our UV edit. We don't need this anymore. We already spit that wire out. Hello? Oh, there we go. You give me the X on it. Cool. Alright, let's do... It's getting to that point, folks. It's been well over 4.5 hours already. Holy mackerel. We've been having fun though. We made a lot of progress on this, so I'm not 100% disappointed. We've had a little bit of hiccups, I guess, in this process here, but kind of push it on and be able to get to where we're at. Okay, so I should be able to put this roughly in the same position as I put the other wall. Okay, and the fact that I'm overlapping these won't matter too much because I'm not considering to put ambient occlusion onto this, you know, as far as shadow map or what have you, so that won't be too much of a big deal. Okay. Now, all I got to do here, let me go ahead and turn the highlight of it on. I still got the poly selected. Just got to line up these mortar joints. That's really all that comes up there, so we'll go by the corner here. Now, to even give more clarity, I can turn the filtering off here so I can actually line that up better. Oh, we need to update the texture in here too. I almost forgot. That's why it's not showing. So this is two separate pieces. So you got the viewport material, and then you got the material in the UV editor. So we gotta we need to update the map in here. There we go. Perfect. Alright, so now let's go ahead. We could probably go ahead and grid snap this, or at least try to. We've had a little bit of problem with grid snapping, but we'll get this close like here so that we can grid snap it. And that's all in an effort to ensure that all of our motor joints are going to line up perfectly. That's the main premise for doing that. Alright, so now we got it close. Whoops. Let's go into vertice. Take this tool, get that vertice, and turn on a grid snap. Snap that way. Actually snapped pretty good. Cool. Gave me a little bit of a break there, I guess. And we'll snap this one. And what this, like I said, what this is going to do is ensure that all the motor joints are going to line up the same between those two sets of polys. Yeah, so it seems the oh, okay. Got to line up all these too. So all we're doing is just snapping it to that. This other green line that's here, that's the other poly we already lined up, scaled to the. Uh-oh, why is that not snapping? There we go. It's actually cooperating at this point. It's very surprising. It's giving me a little bit of a break here. Thank you. I appreciate that. And yeah, I guess that should do. Cool. I think we had a couple of points in here too, maybe. Nope, guess we're alright. Okay, that should do it then. Cool, that should all line up now. Cool, now look, check our work. All those mortar joints in the corner of that side, whatever, all lined up. Let's render that. There we go, perfect. Beautiful. Okay. Now we got this back side here. And then we can start with the sheet metal. So we'll do this side. This is all one piece. That'll be fairly easy. We don't have the doors and all that stuff to deal with, so. We need to do a quick planner on that. We'll filter this out. Okay. So we can do much the same. Once we get this close in here, we can do the same thing. Do a grid snap. So we'll get this close. And then we'll unfilter. We'll switch it over to vertice. Okay, and then we want vert snap. There we go. Grid snap. I'm sorry. I guess at this point you can. Oh, see, now it's starting to wonk out again. Come on, work with me, you dirty thing, you. There we go. Sometimes it'll settle down after a while. Let's zoom out a little bit. Whoop, 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 whoop. Easy. Easy. Come on. Yeah, this is normal. See, so as I keep mentioning or whatever, the main performance, the main premise for this grid snap is to actually snap your wireframe to the grid. So the grid is this blue boundary. That's the main premise for it. Its primary function is not necessarily to snap your vertices as far as align each of your wireframes up. So this is normal for it to do that. It sometimes just takes a little bit to get it to cooperate. There we go. It can get finicky. Zoom out a little bit. There we go. Now that's all snap. Cool. So now we look at this. Same as that way. What happened? Oh, been on Safari. Oh, torch. You did, yeah, it's definitely understandable. I know I'm going a little bit longer than I guess I usually do. Just kind of grinding it out. Appreciate you hanging out here. I guess as far as it's been a little bit of a process there, but I think I am making some progress for sure. If you need to get off, that's perfectly understandable. I'm surprised you stayed up for this long, because I know you get up early. Here's an early riser. What's up with the bot there? Oh, the bot gave you 100. Oh, I guess he came around there, huh? How they're Lady Death. All right, let's go ahead and render this really quick. That looks pretty good. Let's zoom in a little bit. Yep, so we're all nice and lined up there. Sweet. Alrighty then. What do you mean you? No, I was talking about Torch. Torch was talking about you needed to get off on this thing. And that's totally understandable, Torch. Appreciate you sticking along as long as you did. Hopefully you gain some information, I guess, as far as a lot of it's review. I do know that too, but a lot of times it doesn't hurt just to get a little bit of review here. I think what I'll work on now that I got those three sides, I'm going to work on the sheet metal part of it. And then we got we got some of the sheet metal business going on the actual roof part of it too. So okay. Well, and that's good. That's all we can hope for, I guess, on that. Alright, so what I'm going to do is select. Once I get this, whoops, too far. Got this little sliver here. So I want to get this whole side here with sheet metal. Like that. And we're going to go ahead and quick planar that. Like so. Filter the rest of this out. And this is going to go on the sheet metal part, which is, yeah, I'm definitely going to probably have to adjust the texture for this, I think. Yep. I'll have to add some more of the sheet metal part of it up into this part here. Yep. Yep, I think I do. So yeah, I think that'll be an easy correction to the texture there. I'll just be able to expand this sheet metal part up into this. I don't think I'm going to need this white OSB at all. Yeah, so that should work out good. So I think what I'll do is go into our texture, and we need to back this up, get it on flatten there. There we go. And then we need to go into this gray sheet metal here. So what I'll do is I'll take a select all, hit copy. Serious? The heck? This is what I don't like about Photoshop. That's the other thing that bugs me about Photoshop. So the fact that I'm copying this texture in this layer, and it won't let me paste it right into the image here. I got to create a new image. It's just, I don't know. It's one of the things that frustrates me about this. This is why I didn't want to have to use Photoshop. But anyway, let's do a new. So it's going to be that size. And then edit paste. Okay, why ain't it not letting me paste? What the heck? Hold on. So that didn't work. I'm gonna try that again. Select. I don't know. This is what bugs me about Photoshop though. All I want to do is be able to take. Oh, maybe it's because I got it turned off. That's why. Let's try it that way. So let's turn that back on. That might be why. Select all. Yeah. Nope. I don't know. I don't get it. Won't even let me paste it. Okay. So I already got it saved there. So let's close this out. I have to open up Paint Shop. This is the only thing going back and forth here. I shouldn't have to do this, but it's so irritating. But back in here. Alright, so I can do it easy enough in here. So I want to take this gray sheet metal and I want to edit, copy that, edit, paste as new selection. This is what I can't do. It doesn't seem in Photoshop for whatever reason. And that's what's kind of annoying about it. Huh, why do I got that white in there? That's interesting. Huh. What is that doing in there? That's not what I wanted. Okay, hold on. Why does that got white in there? So I can copy it and paste as a new image. What the heck do you got white in there for? Say what? Interesting. Okay, we'll have to crop this down then. We don't need that in there. Let's go like that. Copy that. Init, paste as new selection. Oh, for crying out loud. What? No. Oh. Don't be yelling at me like that. Alright, so. Okay, what I might have to do is turn off this. White plywood. There we go. What I'm not really liking is that hard line that's right there for. Yeah, there's a really hard line there. I don't really like that. What the heck's going on with that? You can see where I pieced it together, and that's not good. Not good, not good. That's maybe not too bad right there. Okay. Yeah, we'll work with that. Yeah, you can still see that it's a really hard line there as far as where I piece it together. Not sure why though. I can always adjust that later on. That at least gives us the area that we need to be able to put our texture on there for sheet metal. So let's yeah, we'll just leave that off for now. That's fine. So let's try this again with the saving this, so we'll do merge all flatten. Try it again. File, save as. Hopefully it doesn't screw up this time. Hoping. Go green. DDS. Nope, still giving me that error. You son of a gun anyway. Nope, I guess that ain't gonna work. Alright. Let me save this as a PSD first. God, I wish I could figure out why it's doing that. It only does it in PaintShop as of late. Doesn't do it at all in Photoshop. Alright, so let's save this as PSD. So that I can open that back up in here. PSD. Open that up. Go. There's our new texture. Now I can do layers. Flatten that. Yes. File, save as. DDS. Whoops, too far. Maps, textures, go up. Grain dryer. And that there. DTX1, generate map maps. Give that a second. There we go. So double check. And there it is. So that should be. Now I'll probably turn this all white again, which is normal. And make a new texture. So we guys got to reload that. Reload. Did it reload? It did not. Hold on a second. There we go. And then we also got to update it in here. Cool. There. Now we should have sheet metal on that side. Perfect. Now we'll get this side. We're getting there. Coming up on closing time, really. So I'm going to finish up at least just to get you the idea as far as to get all the sheet metal on this side, and on the roof, and then that's probably where I'll call it good. Starting to get a little bit hungry, actually. So even with all the problems I've been having is with getting the things done, especially with the PaintShop now, as far as the DDS plugin not wanting to work. I think it's just giving me a really good reason, I guess, to call it good here in a few here. All right, let me go ahead and stop that. Close that out. Close some things out here real quick. All right, so we got that poly selected. Why is that not showing? Hold on. Why is it not showing in here? Oh, there it is. I see you. So let's do a quick planer on that. It's hiding on me, so let's go up here. Put that up in here. We'll put this closer to the top here. Now we had that other piece there for the side up over here, so we'll put the two sides in there, and we'll put the very front of that up here. Yeah, so that'll work out pretty good. There we go. So that's mapped. There's that. Now we'll get this side. Now, this side here obviously had some cuts in it because of the doors on it. This one ends up being more solid because you don't have any cuts on up on that side. So, alright, so with that selected, That's way up here, so we'll do a quick planer on that. There we go. So I'll probably flip it. This way. That'll work. Now I'm going to unfilter this so we can see where we mapped the other one, which was right here. Yeah. There we go. Should be good. Should be good. Come on back, stream. Come on back. Oh no. Things are breaking. I think it's coming up to be that time anyway. I think that's about where I'm gonna call it good. I think things are starting to go down the tubes. Hopefully everybody's got a copy out there. Those that are still hanging with me here. It's showing I'm good to go here, but I'm not sure. Yeah, so uptime actually went down to, yeah, I think I'm going to go ahead and end this. I appreciate everybody that did stick around, I guess, as far as that was Spline Design Studios Saturday. Appreciate all the hiccups and problems that I guess that I've encountered and all that good stuff. I hope to see you again real soon. I'll be streaming no later than Wednesday for Wreckfest Wednesday. This concludes, I guess, the streaming week that is on the channel. I will see you all again real soon. I hope. If you're all listening to me. Bye for now.